The Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Trevor Bauer pitches an exhibition game against the Yankees, but most front offices are not interested in signing him. Jordan Montgomery signs a one-year deal up to $25 million with the Diamondbacks. And the New York Jets have a problem as Robert Saleh and Woody Johnson get into a little bit of a scruffle. We will get into it here on the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Did you see Lamar Jackson cry to the referee? No, he didn't. Hello for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And by the way, you can call the show at 631-672-3108. Speedy, it is a rainy day here.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It's back and forth. I don't know what to expect. I mean, we were in Nassau. Well, I was in Nassau. I couldn't believe it went from cloudy to sunny to cloudy to drizzly to rainy. It's horrible.
Yeah, maybe I need to get my Moses powers to get some desert weather here.
I mean, Sean's over there in beautiful weather. It's in Texas. And Sean, how are you doing over there? Is it beautiful over there?
It's about 68 today.
68?
Yeah.
All right. So that's better. It's better than weather than we have. I mean, I like the cold, but I don't like the rain. I don't like the twist of the sun and the clouds, and you don't know what to wear. You don't know if you should be wearing a shirt, a coat, a t-shirt. Usually I'm outside in a t-shirt and flip-flops anyways, but usually it's about 60 to 55 degrees at this time of year. But again, the weather is not what you call great here at this time. But anyways, we have a great show lined up for you. And I will say this. Last Monday, actually this past Monday, we had a great show. And I want to give a shout out to you, Sean, for joining us the way you did. And all the fans tuning in. We had a ton of fans. We had I found out over 6,000 fans that tuned into the show on Monday. So shout out to all the fans tuning in and listening to our show and giving us all the time that you give us by listening and just laughing at some of the content that we put out there and some of the great content we put out there. At 8:30, we'll be talking to NFL content creator Shawn Michaels. Follow his channel at NFL Mike on YouTube. So he's our first YouTube guy, really our second YouTube guy that has a huge following, and he has great takes right now in the NFL. He's a great creator when it comes to NFL content. So we will have Shawn on the show. At 9:30, we'll be talking to Fairleigh Dickinson. A guard, Braden Reynolds, he was on our show before, and forward, Cameron Tweedy. This is the first time he's been on our show. So excited to have these two great, young, talented basketball players on our show. Trevor Bauer pitches exhibition game versus the New York Yankees, but MLB front offices are still not likely to sign him. I don't understand this, but we will get into it. Jordan Montgomery signs a 1-year, up to $25 million deal with the Diamondbacks. Why didn't the Mets sign him? Why didn't the Yankees sign him? With the whole Garrett Cole situation, he could be out a significant amount of time. Some people say 4 to 6 weeks, could be 8 weeks, maybe not until the All-Star break. So we don't know where and when Garrett Cole will be back for the New York Yankees. Raptors forward, Jonte Porter being investigated for betting violations. So it seems like it is starting to break from baseball to basketball. What's next? Soccer, European football,
Tim Donaghy
golf,
back in the NBA for all we know.
NASCAR.
That's why I said what I said on Monday. That's why I said.
It's going to be very, very interesting. We will get into that story, by the way, Shawn. NFL bans the hip drop tackle and alters the kickoff rules for this season. I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to open up the game, open up the offense, which everybody wants to do for the NFL, all the executives, all the owners. So this is going to be great. And I have my own thoughts to it. I'm sure you do, Shawn, and Speedy. I know you do. Robert Kraft says he was disappointed in how the Patriots documentary was shown. So as we know, he wasn't hanging out at those parlors. Or maybe he was hanging out the parlors, and he wasn't very happy about the way they portrayed the New England Patriots in the documentary. I thought it was a good documentary. I really did. I thought it was very easy to like the Patriots after that documentary, but I don't know. I'm a Jet fan. I can't stand it. Deion Sanders says, I'm sorry. Oh, you got to check it out. It's fantastic. You definitely got to check it out. Deion Sanders says he wants his players to do what Eli Manning did if they're drafted to a bad situation. What's that? Force his way out? Yeah. Why would Deion Sanders say this? I mean, seriously, it seems like Deion Sanders likes to be in the tabloids. He wants to be in the papers, and his head, peeks out of the clouds. And it's not raining, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe other teams will be crying after half his players decide, you know what, I don't want to play there, so I'm going to force my way out. Trade me.
At this point, maybe the reverse will happen to the Giants. Reverse Eli Manning. The Giants will be so bad. Shedeur Sanders might be the best quarterback next year, and they don't want to draft him.
I don't want to play there.
You don't want to play for
Trade me. My father doesn't want me there either. Jamal Adams, by the way.
Yep.
Let's parlay with Chaz and Derek at 9 o'clock. And March Madness. We didn't get into it. I know everybody wanted us to get into it on Monday. We will get into it tonight as March Madness Sweet 16 is right around the corner. Actually, tomorrow as the Sweet 16 starts. And all my teams are practically in it, baby. I said all the number one teams are going to the Final Four. And so far, I'm right. Everybody thought I was crazy when I said that.
Not looking good. Your Gamecocks didn't look that good, Shawn.
Well, he's itching his head, so it doesn't look good for him.
Gamecocks women, though, undefeated, though.
That's true. That's true.
The women, I said I always talked about the women basketball side. Mm-hmm. The men's side, we were just happy to make it to
that's true
past the first round. You know what I mean? Just to even get there after what we haven't been to the tournament since what Frank Martin era.
Yeah, that's Final Four team, so 2017 team. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I mean. So it's been a while. So we'll take that attaboy, the little small victories count sometimes.
Yes.
Too bad the Jets won't have that.
Of course, he has to attack the New York Jets. He He can't sit here.
Speedy.
And
Hey, Speedy. I like that hat, baby. I like that hat, baby.
Yeah, I was working on Monday too, Sean. It's the new day.
I didn't get to tell you that. I didn't get to tell you that.
Yes, that's true. You were in the car. Now you're.
ask him where he got the hat.
I don't need to ask him. I don't need to ask him where you got it from. You always want. Hey, Speedy. You always want to one up. No, hey, Speedy.
Be quiet, you. Be quiet,
Hey,
you.
Speedy, I'm gonna let you get your shine on, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get any shine on. But anyways, NFL owners approved a rule which would ban the hip drop tackle for next season. The violation would result in a 15-yard penalty and automatic first down for opposing offenses. NFLPA Vice President Troy Vincent said that he expects the NFL referees to enforce the penalties similar to the helmet-to-helmet hits. Rich McKay, chairman of the NFL Competition Committee, says that all hip drop tackles aren't banned, just ones where defensive players swivel their lower bodies to try to land an offensive player's legs. These injuries are very common in rugby, and this technique has been very common in the NFL since the helmet-to-helmet penalties were enforced. And by the way, we will get into the kickoff returns as well. I think it's a great, great thing the NFL is doing moving forward. And we will get into that as well in this story. But first things first, the NFL over the last couple of years, and again, this all started with Tom Brady. This whole problem started with Tom Brady. When Tom Brady tore his ACL and he was out for the season, they called this the Tom Brady rule. That's what they did. They wanted to make sure that quarterbacks were protected. That's what the NFL wanted to do. It wasn't about the other players. It wasn't about the running backs. It wasn't about the defensive linemen when the offensive linemen tried to shoot at these defensive players' legs. We've seen this over and over and over again. Even the wide receivers, we've seen the corners do that. We even seen the wide receivers do this to cornerbacks, and they've torn their ACL on the field and their Achilles. The NFL, for years, have been trying to figure out what is going to make the game better. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to open up the game offensively. And maybe now that what we saw last year, especially with the defenses playing as well as they did against the offenses, they're trying to transition the game even more. And a lot of players last year, throughout the season, were speaking about these horrible, horrible hits, these lower hits that some of these defensive and offensive linemen were doing in middle of the games and not being called on it. And again, the NFL, is trying to protect their players. They've been trying to protect the players with the helmet-to-helmet. But for years, ever since the Tom Brady thing, it's all about the quarterback. It's all about the quarterback. And that's what the NFL is trying to do because no team has a good backup quarterback. But how many teams have a good third string? I'm sorry?
It's always been about the quarterback. It always has. I mean, that's why every rule, everything, the horse collar tackle, everything. I mean, as soon as this is going to become powder puff.
Oh, flag football, which they're bringing into the Olympics now. As Tyreek Hill has been complaining that, why isn't the NFL in Olympic sports? I mean, Tyreek, you're a professional football player making, what, $35 million? Why would a team, that is hiring you and paying you about $30 million a year want you to play in the Olympics just because you want to win a gold medal? Okay? I know this isn't baseball. This isn't hockey. This isn't basketball. This is football. This is and I know it's just flag football, but you could tear your ACL, your Achilles, and everybody's going to say you could do that in basketball. You could also, we've seen what Paul George got when he played for Team USA.
Really bad, yeah.
But that doesn't likely happen all the time. In football, even if it's not full contact, they're running at full speed. This happens a lot. It doesn't matter. It matters if you're playing on turf to grass. And if you're playing on turf in the Olympics with flags on your body, there's a good chance, even though I know everybody keeps saying, well, it's going on in the Pro Bowl. They're not running at full speed. They're playing games. They're playing schoolyard football. That's what they're doing. Okay? Nobody gives a crap.
Also, the most gruesome injury that I've seen didn't even come from contact. It was the gymnast a couple of years ago that snapped both of her legs landing.
Yeah, and when you're attacking somebody from their lower hip, it really puts them in a bad situation because we have seen more leg injuries, knee injuries, Achilles injuries than we ever had in the last 10 years. Maybe it's because of the turf. I know players and Odell Beckham and many other NFL players coming out and saying that they think it's the field. It's the way the field is being, either the grass or the turf. And everybody loves the grass. As we've spoke to ex-NFL players and even NFL players in the game right now, they all seem to like grass, but it's too expensive to keep up with the grass. So that's why the NFL and some of these owners decided to move to that turf field. But again, that puts you in harm's way. And now with this situation with the hip drop tackles, this puts you even in a bigger situation. We have seen cornerbacks. There were two top corners this year that tore meniscus, tore a knee this season. And now you're looking at offensive linemen hitting defensive linemen. We've seen this all season long. How many Buffalo Bills defensive linemen were out for a significant amount of time this year? They lost almost their front seven in 5-6 weeks. Mm-hmm. And that had a lot to do with this hip drop tackle. And again, the NFL has to look at this because even the Jets, and I'm a Jet fan, so I am going to bring up the Jets. The Jets did it a lot this year to many different teams. Many different teams. Franklin Myers did it against the Patriots twice this year. And he did it last year. And he got penalized on it. But again, there are teams like Kansas City. Yes, your Kansas City Chiefs. And Chris Jones did it many, many times in the playoffs. He did it like 3 times in the playoffs. And they didn't call anything on Chris Jones. The NFL needs to figure out how these are affecting the game. How these penalty calls could affect the game for the opposition team not to do it, not to put the other players and other teams in opposing situations where these teams could lose their players, their star players, for a significant amount of time.
Right, especially those smaller players that have those legs that are leaner, where you've seen a lot of between non-contact injuries and because of these cuts, with the game getting more fast, the game getting more agile, you need to be able to make those cuts. It's a lot harder for them to be able to have their legs in these positions that aren't so awkward. And a lot of the injuries that have happened to running backs in the playoffs as well. We saw the bad one with Tony Pollard against the 49ers. Joe Mixon had one, I think, against the Bills at the end of that game. That was why he didn't play as well against the Chiefs the second time around last year. And these injuries are going to add up. And there's going to be Dalvin Cook's rookie year had a gruesome one that was very similar to that. And that's the price you pay that the NFL is now looking at they're trying to reduce the head injuries and mount the concussion protocol. And now you're getting these more serious leg injuries. And offensive linemen, too, you mentioned, they've had a lot of bad leg injuries recently.
And they're hurting defensive linemen. They're shooting. What are they when you're at the line of scrimmage? What are they doing? What are they doing when the ball is dropped to the quarterback? Mm-hmm. They're shooting at the defensive lineman's legs. Right. That's what they're doing. If they can't stop these stronger, more powerful guys on the edges, what are they doing? Mm-hmm. They're hitting you from the lower part of your body. They're keeping you away from the quarterback, protecting their quarterback, even if they're shooting. And that's why these referees need to start watching these offensive linemen, because people forget the offensive line is there to protect the quarterback, but they're also there to hurt the other team. That's what they're there for. They're 350 pounds. I think the smallest offensive lineman in the NFL is like 310. These guys are bigger than the defensive guys.
Yeah. Now the interesting thing will be to see how strictly they enforce it, because that's the one thing that always worries me with these NFL referees. And obviously they're going to bring up the pass interference as the other notable one that was a quote unquote trial run, and they enforced it too much and they didn't keep it into effect after this year. And I think that same kind of thing has to happen here, because I think you look at the way a hip drop tackles work, and moving full speed, it's going to be very hard for sometimes to be able to control that kind of thing. Trying to tackle the middle of somebody's body, trying to tackle a cut. And Sean, obviously you're playing against these top running backs and these mobile quarterbacks. It's going to be very hard to do that kind of thing. And I think they're just trying to make it, like Errol was saying, to the most extreme measures where they're not deliberately just going down at somebody's legs.
Nah, but it's just that the reason they cut is because they can't block you. Just being honest with you. At the end of the day, most offensive linemen cut you. They zone block. They cut you because they can't block you, because most defensive linemen are still stronger than the offensive linemen, even though they may be heavier, way more, but they're still there just because they're way more. I don't mean that they're strong. At the end of the day, it's about who wins the line of scrimmage and who controls the line of scrimmage.
Oh, there's no question. It's all about who controls the line of scrimmage. And the NFL knows that. And they want to open up the game. And there's another rule that the NFL is bringing to the game this year, which I love. I absolutely love, because the NFL wants to build offense. And it's always about the defense and the offense. Everybody's saying, well, it's all about this and it's all about that. But people forget how important the special teams are. And now with this new kickoff rule, it could open up the offensive side of the ball for the better for the NFL. You're talking about last year where the offense was coming from special teams maybe at, I would say, 19-20%. And now the transition with the new XFL kickoff rule, which the NFL is bringing to the game, where it could open it up 50, maybe even 55% of the offensive side of the ball, which could open up the game for teams to start looking at their special teams, their kickoff returners, the punt returners. You're going to need those guys now. And there are guys in the draft coming out of this year's draft that have a ton of speed. One of them, Xavier Worthy, does this boost up move him up in the draft, where teams are looking at him and saying, okay, Xavier Worthy, he's running a 4.2. If you give him 15, 16 yards to get his burst, how is he going to be stopped on the edge? How is he going to be stopped if he finds a hole? So, and that's something you have to look at. Also, Wiggins, the cornerback that looked really, really good at the combine, who a lot of people think could be a top-end corner in this year's draft, a late first, maybe an early second-round draft pick. Does he move up in the draft in the mid-first because of his speed and what he could do in so many different ways, not just on the field as a corner, but on the field as a punt returner, a kick returner? That changes everything for your draft status. So the NFL doing this, and by the way, I look at the game and Devin Hester, a guy that didn't need these rules. This guy was as explosive as anybody we've ever seen. Cordell Patterson, who just signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers, another great punt returner. Why did Pittsburgh make a move for Cordell Patterson? I wonder, because this guy could be dangerous in the open field if he gets a chance 20 yards, 25 yards to set his feet and set up his burst. So, I mean, this could change everything for the NFL.
Sean, you played with one too in Cleveland. Josh Cribbs was one of the most electric ones.
Yeah, Josh Cribbs was electrifying too. I mean, the new rule is going to be cool. I think I was at SMU Pro Day on Monday, and I'm not going to say what team though, but the special team coach was specifically there. He said, I'm looking to see who could run, who got a good fast time, and who look like they could be able to catch, return, or be special teams players. He's like, his career lasted the way he lasted because he played special teams too. He said that helped him pay his house off and everything. You know what I mean? So it was just funny. Guys don't understand. Everybody's only one football. Everybody can't be the number one. If you ain't the number one, number two, you got to find something that you're good at. So you got to be able to be on punt, kickoff return, punt return. You know what I mean? All the special teams, the core four.
Yeah, and Sean, I even asked you this, I think, when we had you on initially as a guest back in December, like these key these not as much labeled as key positions that don't get paid the same value. We've talked about it now more with the running backs and the safeties, but like just you playing nose tackle, all these special team tackling linebackers and special team blocking wide receivers. Like Errol and I were talking about Matthew Slater off there, like being one of the best tackling just players in general. And
highest paid too.
Yeah, and he did some punt returns as well. Like that kind of combination is not going to get emphasized as much to the salary cap now, the way that gets maneuvered all the time.
Here's another thing about this rule. Any kickoffs landing in the end zone or out of the back of the end zone now results in an offense getting the ball at the 35-yard line. So it usually is at the 25. Now it's at the 35. What the NFL is trying to do is trying to open up the offense even more. It puts the defense in more of a situation where they could get tired even quicker in the game. And that's the thing. If the offense is out there and they're starting at the 50-yard line, they're starting at the other team's 45-yard line, you know. And here's the thing. Also, does this take away how important the kicker is in the game? Because if you're starting at the 45 on the other side of the field because you have one of the best punt returners or kick returners in the league, you don't need to worry about the kicker because you're going to score probably more than 50% of the time if you have a star quarterback like a Patrick Mahomes or an Aaron Rodgers, guys that are very, very good in the red zone. And that, how long is it? How quick is it going to take Patrick Mahomes to get into the red zone if he's starting on the 45 of the other team's 45-yard line?
Especially with all the coaches that also love to go for it on fourth down.
I mean, seriously, if you think about it, Patrick Mahomes is going to double his points. He's going to double his yardage in games because now defenses have to figure out. Now they have to play prevent defense in certain aspects of the game. They're going to have to zone, and that's the difference. And again, everybody, and if you know anything about football, a lot of these teams like to play cover two. That's what they like to do. They like to play cover two in the open field. Why? Because it keeps them from beating you deep passes. That's what they do. They want to keep you from getting 20 yards here, 30 yards here. That's what they do. That's why they run those defenses. Now, when you're thinking about starting on the other team's 45 because you have a great punt returner or he can run it in 30, 40 yards every single time he catches the ball, it puts the defense in a situation where it could cost them, 20, 30 extra points a game.
Yeah, that's interesting for the defensive strategy. Like, are you going to try to play more of a 4-down defense with a shorter field with teams that love to go for it a lot as it is, with the aggressiveness, with the analytics now, and the shorter yardage situations? Are they going to
look at the Lions last year?
Right, the Lions were criticized for doing it too much, but at the same time, it worked for them as such a high success rate. And now they're going to do it with a shorter field with a lot of weapons to work with. It's going to be very interesting to see, and also make it interesting how they build their defense, how they scheme their defense to maybe they're going to play more shorter zones. They're going to play more physical at the line of scrimmage because of that. They don't want to give up those shorter yardage situations because these offenses could just move it. At least if they're efficient enough, they can move their offense quickly down the field for just a 70 yards, 30-yard line on a touchback. Like you said, 35-yard line, 40-yard line might be the average on a kick return with the new rules the way it is.
And how about this? Teams that don't run the blitz, aka the New York Jets, do they need to run the blitz more if other teams are starting at their 45 or their 40-yard line every single time? You're going to have to put pressure on the quarterback. You don't want to give him time to throw the ball or move the ball with your running back, because all your running back has to do now is run 10 yards and you have a chance to kick a field goal. So you have a chance to get an extra 3 points. So there's so much change that could happen this year with this kickoff rule. Now, Sean, you played in a game, like we were saying, that you had guys like Devin Hester, you had Cribbs, you had all these other guys that were running in the back where they didn't have the advantages that some of these kickoff and these kick returners have now. Now, what are your thoughts to the new rule? I know obviously you said that you like it, but what do you like about it? Do you think that this could hurt the NFL? Now, some people would look at it and say, how does this help? How does this benefit the defense again? Well, it doesn't. So how does the other defensive coordinators fight this? And how do defensive coordinators actually change their way they call their defensive plays against some of these these good quarterbacks and some of these great offensive coordinators?
Man, you have to. I like the way they're doing. The reason I said it is because you got to think about, I used to be part of the wedge, and I used to be a guy in the middle that I have to look back and see the returner catch the ball, wants to catch the ball. And he said, go. We draw hands and go together and try to pick up the 4 or the 5. Had to worry about the twist. Guys running full speed at you. Shit, you get knocked out. You get knocked. I've seen guys get knocked out and had concussions. So, I mean, I think it's a little better. They're trying to say it's for the safety of the game, too, a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I only remember last year in the NFL, there was a lot of kick returns like that taken back anyway, though. I don't think it was more than 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Does it really help the safety of the game? Honestly, because if these guys are bursting out of the back of the field and you're giving them 25 yards before you can touch them, that's what's going to happen. If they catch the ball, they can run it. All they got to hit is that burst. How many punt returners have we seen? How many kick returners did we see last year? Once they get that 20 yards or 30 yards, they're out.
That is true, but also you got to remember the offensive guys got to block too. You might put a fast DB or somebody, and he goes around the guy because you're not head up like that. So it's going to be interesting. We'll see how it looks in preseason. It's going to be so many, like everybody has some things, but I feel like it's going to slow the game down a little bit.
The blocking is going to be more technique-based, I think, than speed-based at this point because they're not getting the running start. Because I think they were going from as the kicker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though. So it's going to be, you're going to be able to have to make an open field tackle, and I feel like sometimes some guys can't block on offensively. That's on special teams.
And what type of players do you use as blockers too? Like we were used to just like the running guys being still linebackers or receivers or even tight ends, and now they're bigger guy.
Yeah, linebackers and receivers. You have a couple of O linemen just because of the wedge, the way from the kickoff. But other than that, you really have linebackers. You have like the skill position. You have a couple of DBs or safeties in there. You know what I mean? So it's a skill position once again.
It is very, very interesting. And I will say this, NFL owners are going to love this, even though, they're trying to protect their players. And I know the NFL is trying to do that with the helmet to helmet situation. And now obviously this new rule, the hip drop tackle, but now this could open up opportunities for teams to really look at the draft and say, okay, I'm going to draft this guy in the 4th round. He's fast. He has the ability to do things that I could use in my special teams. I'm going to draft him in the 3rd round. I'm going to draft him in the 2nd round because he could be huge in my special teams moving forward with these new rules as the NFL brings it in from the XFL. So I was very interested to see, and I am very interested to see. I saw it in the XFL. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. When the NFL saw it, shout out to Dwayne Johnson for bringing this rule into the game because he deserves a lot of credit because the transition of what the XFL has done since he's taken over with him and his former wife, I think it's very interesting how the NFL is starting to take rules from different ends of different games, and the XFL is a different game from the NFL, and use it for their own. And they may be soon. If the NCAA and what the NCAA is doing right now in college football, maybe the NFL brings some of their rules in because some of them are fun to watch.
Yeah, they have the fair catch right away in the first 20 yards for college football, which is really limited the returns as it is. But they might incorporate some of these concepts from the NFL now.
Yeah, and I know it makes it seem easy when these wide receivers, all they have to do is get 1 foot in. But if they get 1 foot in, you're talking about you want to see high-scoring games. And that opens up the game extremely fun. I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see high-scoring games, and these defenses really have to show up every single day. Well, all you have to do is put 1 foot in. You're speaking about maybe 20 to 25 more points a game for these NFL teams. So the games could be ridiculous. They could be basketball scores.
No, I don't think it's just about high-scoring games. Just not that. It's not just about the high-scoring games. You got to think about it. When you look at the Arena League and all that, the excitement that XFLs bring, more excitement because Roger Goodell has the NFL like his prison. You can't do certain things. So, you know what I mean? The XFL is more, in arena football, always been about excitement, high-scoring games, the big hit. You know what I mean? Guys doing a crazy thing, interacting with the fans. So, you know what I mean? And I still think you could do that with the XFL. So, it's going to be interesting.
Be careful. Yeah. Be careful, Sean. Don't mention Roger Goodell. I know you're trying to get your money, man. I don't want to throw you under the bus here. I'm just trying to help you here. I don't want you to get in trouble. So, I think you should, let me say Roger Goodell. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Maybe he's trying to send this message.
Oh, man. I'm speaking the truth. I don't want to see him get in trouble. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to speak about Roger Goodell and put myself in harm's way. Anyways, the New York Jets. There was a story coming out today, which is very, very interesting. At the owners' meeting, there were heated conversations between Woody Johnson and Robert Saleh to the point where it was very awkward. NFL media's Colleen Wolfe said in conversation. Now, nobody knows what was said and what started the heated conversation, but I'm sure when Woody Johnson came out and spoke about Robert Saleh and what Robert Saleh, being that he's a new coach and he just needs to understand, as a new coach, how the game is played differently from a defensive coordinator to an all-around head coach. And listen, I am not going to attack Woody Johnson. He is the owner. He's the multi-billionaire. He's the one who pays the checks. There's no question that he does. And a lot of NFL players, for some reason, like to throw Woody Johnson under the bus. I don't know why. He likes to open up his pockets. A lot of owners don't like to do that. Woody Johnson actually does. So does James Dolan. Everybody for years were speaking so many stories. I mean, so many stories were coming out from the New York Knicks organization and some of the players outside of the organization saying about James Dolan, he's a terrible owner. He doesn't know what he's doing, la, 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 la. And then you see what you see what James Dolan has done over the years. He opens up his pockets and he spends the money. So I understand that. But the problem with Woody Johnson is he is not the football mind. No, he's not. And when he speaks, when he was at the Super Bowl and he was at Radio Row and he was getting interviewed and people were asking what happened to the Jets this year. How is Aaron doing? And he's speaking about the offense and how putrid it was. Zach Wilson wasn't a good backup quarterback, throwing a lot of his players under the bus when all he had to say is, we're going to have a better season next year. Our quarterback will be back next year. I think we have a tremendous amount of talent on this team. And hopefully next year, this talent could work together and get to that place in the playoffs, which we haven't been in over 12 years. But he didn't say that. The problem with Woody Johnson is he's too open. He should not be speaking for his GM. He should not be speaking for his head coach or even his quarterback, who likes to speak as well on the Pat McAfee show.
And again, he also was saying, oh, he's got to be a better head coach. Like, he's also making it be more assertive in the media, and that could be portrayed as throwing it under the bus too. Now, Robert Saleh's going to deal with that in New York anyway. So.
Here's something that Woody Johnson said. He's going to be a lot better as a head coach, Johnson said. One thing about head coaches is you get better as you get more experience. And he's going to concentrate on the offense. He got Jeff Ulbrich to do the defense, and we got to do better when it comes to offense. Okay? So we all know what Woody Johnson wanted to do this offseason. They bring in Mike Williams. They bring in a new offensive line. That is great and grand. Why is he speaking? I don't know. Everybody knows the Jets need offense. Nobody's blindsided about the New York Jets offense. It was the worst offense in the NFL last year. And it has a lot to do with the quarterback situation. You decided.
And the O-line play too now.
Oh, the quarterback was horrible. Come on. We go up and down on what that quarterback play is. And for the last 2 years, how many quarterbacks have the Jets used? 6? I mean, you've had 6 quarterbacks in the last 2 years. One of them that you had for 4 plays where you made a trade. And yes, he's one of the more talented quarterbacks we've seen in the last 20 years. But if he can't stay on the field more than 4 plays, what good is he? So, I mean, Woody, he speaks so highly of Aaron Rodgers. When Aaron Rodgers was at the press conference last offseason when he was traded to the New York Jets, Aaron made a joke about it. He said, you didn't even shake my hand. You can't. And then he went up there and kissed his ass. I mean, that's the problem with Woody Johnson. All Woody needed to stay is behind the scenes because Joe Douglas is being portrayed as his bitch. That's what's going on right now. Woody Johnson is making Joe Douglas look like a two-timing bitch. And that's that. If I was Joe Douglas, I would not want to deal with Woody Johnson because I am running this team. I'm making those draft picks. I am making the trades that we need. I am bringing in the free agents. I believe we need to win. And you're speaking about, well, we need this and we need that. Why would these players, all these free agents? Now, I got to give Joe Douglas a lot of credit because even though Woody Johnson is speaking for him, these guys like Byron Smith wanted to come here. Why? Because of Aaron Rodgers. That's why he came here. He wants to win a Super Bowl. That's the whole point of this. He wants to win a Super Bowl. He's been with the Cowboys. The Cowboys can't get over the hump. And Dak, even though I think Dak could do it if he has the right pieces around him, he couldn't do it with Dak Prescott. So now he's coming to the New York Jets, a team that hasn't been in the playoffs for over, 13, 14 years now?
Yep, since I was a sophomore in high school.
The longest run in the NFL right now. So why would he want to come here? But obviously he thinks that the talent is here. Obviously he likes what the Jets are doing defensively. And if this offensive line could be somewhat fixed and he thinks that he could be a piece of it, they can win. But this story with Robert Saleh, he's another one. I don't, for all the moves that the Jets made, and everybody sits here and says, oh, this looks like a great offseason for the New York Jets. We brought in Simpson. We brought in Morgan Moses. We brought in Byron Smith. And now we bring in Mike Williams. Oh, my God. We've added the pieces we need to win. We have the talent we need to win this year. Talent needs to work on the field. And no matter how talented they are and how good they are on a piece of paper, as we brought up the Browns a couple of years ago, your Browns.
So what I had in the Super Bowl, yes, I had them.
Your Browns
going to the Super Bowl. Yes, I did. I know.
It doesn't work all the time. You can have the talent on the field. Sometimes that talent doesn't work very well together. So even though you're hearing Robert Saleh and whatever's going on in the Jets locker room or with the executives over there with Woody Johnson and Chris Johnson, Robert Saleh needs to stand up for himself. And he needs to.
We were talking about that a couple months ago with Joe Douglas. Joe Douglas apparently didn't stand up for himself enough. Aaron Rodgers was kind of pushing the GM decisions a lot of the time, and which, granted, I think they had to do to an extent to get him there, but still, Joe Douglas, I'm sure, could have done a lot more with what he did. We were talking about it with Robert Saleh, pushing for them to draft Will McDonald when they could have had a couple other players that Douglas wanted. Maybe they could have traded up for an offensive lineman. I don't know what the plans would have been, but yeah, they got to make sure that everyone is on the same page of doing their own jobs.
I heard that Joe Douglas wanted Njigba. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Or get a good young wide receiver.
That's what I heard.
They were all falling. Because they were all falling, all those wide receivers. The 4 receivers last year went in a row. Njigba, then Quentin Johnson, which so far didn't work out with the Chargers, then Zay Flowers, then Jordan Addison. So all those guys were all falling, where the Jets could have taken one of those guys at 15. They could have traded up for one of those tackles. And instead, they drafted a pass rusher, which, again, could be good. He didn't play much this year, but is not what they need to fix their offense right now. So.
Well, again, they didn't bring back Bryce Huff, so now Will McDonald will get his chance. And by the way, this same thing happened with Johnson. When the Jets drafted Johnson in the first round, when they moved up in the first round to get Johnson, he only played on third downs. Right. Will McDonald, he played barely on third downs this year, and that's something that Robert Saleh likes to do. He wants them to learn the defense, and you're going to see a lot of Will McDonald. We'll see if a guy like Robert Saleh knows what he's speaking about, because he was the one that wanted Will McDonald. Now, I like Will McDonald. I think he could be a very good edge pass rusher. The question is his size, his length, and putting on some meat in the offseason going to be enough for him to be that star pass rusher that they believe he is? It did work for Johnson. Johnson was a Pro Bowl player this year. So will it work for Will McDonald?
The other thing, too, that I think the Jets have been hindered by is the rigidness of certain coordinators, certain coaching staff things. And Robert Saleh was definitely one of them when it comes to his pass rush type scheme. The main issue I had with him when it came to defensive coaching was the fact that he used John Franklin Myers on the edge a lot when they had all these other edge rushing depth that could work. I know Lawson was dealing with injuries, but still, he's more of an interior guy. Now, they had interior depth, but Quentin Jefferson got hurt, and they had these other veteran guys that got hurt. And why are not putting him back in the middle at that point? And I think Jeff Olbrich a lot of the time was the same way too. And the Jets continue to have the same issues on defense. Then on offense, forget about it with Mike LaFleur. He would never adjust to anything whatsoever. Nathaniel Hackett was kind of stuck.
Nathaniel Hackett was worse. I said worse. Well, he's worse.
Well,
he wasn't worth crap.
I was going to say, he might be worthless at this point if he doesn't try to adjust his ways and not try to ride Aaron Rodgers' coattails and Breece Hall's coattails.
Wouldn't you? If you have a quarterback that good?
I mean, you have to some extent, but you still got to coach. I mean, good defenses are going to catch up.
Not really. If your quarterback is a coach on the field, you really don't need to know how to coach. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes.
You still got to coach. Patrick Mahomes, he's about to say, I know you love 15. He's coach on the field, but
no, I don't, by the way. I don't. So just so
still runs the show.
I bring up 15 because there is a butt fetish for him, a.k.a. Sean Smith. Sean Smith would like to lay some eggs and maybe have a couple of Patrick Mahomes hatch out of those eggs. What do you think, Speedy?
Well, yeah, but I know
it's still weekend, but relax, my guy.
But I think what Sean is getting at is there still could be figured out with elite quarterbacks. That's why Peyton Manning still struggled in the playoffs. That's why Josh Allen has been up and down in the playoffs. Good quarterbacks can still be figured out by good coaching. And that's where it comes to, you have to make those kinds of adjustments and not be too predictable either. Or Aaron Rodgers in certain cases have been trying to take over, be his own ego in the offense, maybe a little too much.
Hey, Speedy, that's why you're the smart one.
Yeah. It's so funny when you listen to Sean and the way he likes to attack, man. You know what it is.
No, I'm not attacking. Okay. I'm just saying. Speedy just had a great valid point. I said to myself,
what's that? I can't wait to hear this valid point. Let's hear it.
I said to myself, as getting better as on a podcast and talking and doing this show, I have to give my co-host, some more credit. You know what I mean? You always bash your Speedy, so I'm going to
Do
give
I
him
really?
praise.
Speedy, do I bash you?
Yeah.
Or joking.
I joke with him. You see, I like to bash on you.
know that it's
I
joking,
love to
but
bash
someone-
on you.
Wait. Oh, jeez. Are you going to let me get my point across? You fake Pat McAfee right now? Jeez.
Fake Pat.
You can't
No,
let me get my
wow.
point.
You're actually using words. Not calling Jersey Shore anymore? Oh, my God. It's a surprise. Oh, my God. It's a miracle.
It's because we're
I just lost my train of thought.
It's a miracle.
No, Pat McAfee had Pat Man Jones on today. I was watching the show. You know, I was trying to see what the hype was about.
Who knows what Pac-Man Jones is up to at this point?
We're still waiting for some of your guests, buddy.
My brother's supposed to send him the list.
He sent me names. He didn't send me any contact info. He just sent me names.
Did he the contact info?
No, he only sent me 2 names. That was it. He's got to send me some kind of contact.
I gave him 8 people. He's supposed to send the contact.
He sent me 2 names and nothing else. That was all I got, Sean. Get your brother on.
I'm going to get on him.
Well, first of all, and by the way, finish what you were saying about Speedy. I can't wait to hear this.
No, I'm just saying, Speedy, he brings up a valid point, and that was just a great point he just said. So, I mean, I'm going to
spit it out. What was his point? What was his point that you liked?
I just forgot about it now because you was fucking.
I was referencing elite quarterbacks that were sometimes held back by either getting too involved with like audibles or stuff like that at the line of scrimmage where they're overpowering their coaches.
And you were talking about Peyton Manning and good defensive coaches.
Right.
That is
coaching.
True. That's what happened. That's why I said Andy Reid is good at that. Patrick Mahomes is a good quarterback, but still at the end of the day, Andy Reid makes the checks, tells him what this is. When you have a good quarterback
yesterday. We were talking about that yesterday too with the Rams and Jared Goff and Sean McVay too. Sean McVay was making all the final checks in a lot of times, and Jared Goff was good for his first 3 years, but then got turnover prone.
No, and I will say this about Jared Goff. I wasn't a big Jared Goff fan.
We know.
I've spoken I've taken a lot of shots at Jared Goff over the years, but I love what he's done right now with the Detroit Lions. I think now Campbell's giving him a chance to be himself, something that a guy like Sean McVay did not allow him to do. And Sean McVay is letting Matthew Stafford do that because Matthew Stafford has achieved more than Jared Goff. And that's the way, I think that's the problem with the NFL. When you have quarterbacks that have had some success wherever they've gone, and you believe that he fits better in your offense or fits better in your style of game, you give him more leeway. And these younger quarterbacks that come in, as we've seen over the last couple of years for the New York Jets, the Jets don't trust. They don't trust them enough to take over games and give them the reins. And now look at what Robert Saleh did with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, if anybody didn't watch Hard Knocks this past summer, last past summer, not this past summer, but in 2023, you could see that everybody on the Jets organization, including the defensive team members, were kissing his ass. And that's the thing. Sometimes you need to hold back. You have to let them know who the leader is, who the captain is. It's not Aaron Rodgers, but right now, when you look at where the Jets are, everybody knows what Aaron says goes. It's not what Woody Johnson says. It's not what Robert Saleh says. It's not what Joe Douglas says. You know why Mike Williams came to the Jets for $15 million when he probably could have gotten more? He came to the Jets because Aaron Rodgers reached out to him and said, "Listen, come to the Jets." It wasn't the what was it? Sandwich Pang gave him
the ham, egg, and cheese sandwich or whatever.
It wasn't that. I mean, everybody thinks, and he ate it. Good for him. I would have eaten a free sandwich too.
Sure.
I mean, he doesn't care. He's not spending any money on it.
Right.
But unless he poisoned him.
Oh.
But who knows with a Jet fan?
Wow. So Jets fans going to go poison their own free agents.
I don't know.
I mean,
he sent him a sandwich. That doesn't mean he was going to take the Jets.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm just saying that. I'm just speaking the truth. Deion Sanders said on the Rappers Gilly the Kid podcast that he wants his players to pull off an Eli Manning and refuse to play for certain teams and cities. Deion said that his son, quarterback Shedeur Sanders, as well as a potential two-way player, Travis Hunter, are reportedly on board with this way of thinking. He referenced his draft experience going to the Falcons and saying that African-American people in positions of authority with them made him feel comfortable going there. All the teams that Deion played for in the NFL are safe from their refusals, which are the Commanders, Cowboys, Ravens, 49ers, and Falcons. Bo Jackson, John Elway, and Eli Manning are some notable players that refused to play for teams they were drafted by. Okay. I have a lot of respect for Deion Sanders. I think Deion Sanders is one of the greatest defensive players we have ever seen. Prime time. He was fun to watch, not only on a football field, but on a baseball field. And he's one of very few players that played back-to-back games on the same day in two different sports. As a matter of fact, he's probably the only one that's ever done that. But when you come out and you say these things, and honestly, I understand there are a lot of players that would take information from Deion Sanders and use it for their own. And I understand what he is speaking about by African-American people in positions of authority. I understand that he would rather his players go to play for, GMs or organizations that have that in line. I understand that. And it makes a lot of sense. Deion makes a lot of sense with that. And I understand Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are going to be top picks in next year's draft. I believe Travis Hunter is the best. And I said, Henry, Travis Hunter is the best player going into next year's draft. I don't think it's even an argument. I think he's that good. But when you look at what he has said about the Eli Manning thing, and again, I took shots at the Manning family when this happened. Because he was going to San Diego. That's where he was heading. Now, did San Diego lose on that swap? Well, they didn't win a Super Bowl, but would they have won a Super Bowl with Eli Manning? Who knows? That had a lot to do with Tom Coughlin. That had a lot to do with the defense and the way the defense played throughout the playoffs. It wasn't just Eli Manning. Eli Manning made the throws when he needed to do it in the Super Bowl, but he wasn't the only reason why the Giants won those two Super Bowls. But when you see Deion Sanders come out and say this, and he's very well respected by a lot of these college kids. As you know, the portal opened up, and he told everybody that now that the portal is open, now he can do whatever he wants. He has control of the portal because of who he is and what type of coach he is going to bring to the Division I Colorado game. I think that obviously the NFL and Deion Sanders came out, 2 years ago, and came out and said that he will never, I repeat, he will never coach in the NFL. Then let me ask you a question, Deion. Why did you speak to GMs in the offseason about taking possibly an NFL job? Why did you do that? If you're coming out and saying that you don't want to coach in the NFL, why would you do that? And that's something I could say about Deion Sanders. He says things and he doesn't follow through with some of the things that he says. Now you're saying this. If I was an owner right now, and if I was an NFL team and I'm reading the teams that team players should refuse to go and play for, I would be pissed off if I was an owner of an organization. I would be.
You can say that, but then you think about it. He's saying because he has some knowledge of the situation. And some GMs, you got to think about it. I can't be mad at him. If you had a son, you don't have no kids right now. No offense.
No, I don't.
But you don't have kids.
No.
So when you don't have a kid, people look at things differently. This is his kid. He doesn't want his kid ruined. He played 2 major league sports. He knows all the bad, everything. He doesn't want to put his son up and set him up for failure. So why he can't do the same thing that Eli Manning did?
Well, is he the one doing
it?
But
he's not. But here's the thing, Sean. He's not even speaking about his son and Travis Hunter, who's like another son to him. He's speaking to other African-American players. He's telling African-American players to not play for these teams, to not go to these organizations. If I was, I don't know.
I can't be mad at him because the way you are treated at some of these organizations, you are treated like a slave. You are. You guys are never. It's like a code that it's hard when certain athletes say certain things. You guys will never understand that. And when he's speaking, he's speaking because he's experienced it. He's also speaking from experience, I believe.
Three out of these 5 teams that he mentioned, okay, are contenders every year. 3 out of the 5 teams that he mentioned, the Cowboys, the Ravens, and the 49ers.
It doesn't matter. As bad as Jerry Jones does in everything, he can say what Deion gonna say what he wants, but Deion, not Deion, Jerry Jones is still gonna be cool with Deion. And Travis, it doesn't matter. Shador and them all been around this already, so he knows what to expect. He's controlling his own destiny. Why? You can't get mad at him. He controlled what he did in college. He controlled what he did in high school. He controlled what he did in college. Now he's gonna control what he did in the pros.
Well, yeah, if it does get, I guess, to the toxic extreme that you're saying it could, Sean, I guess.
How could this not be toxic?
Yeah.
This starts other players and turn this into a toxic situation. It's not. I understand what you're saying, Sean. I'm not a father, so I don't know. Okay, and I know you're a father. You're a father of girls, and they're all athletes, and I understand what you're saying. But when you're telling other players, other guys, not Shador Sanders, not Travis Hunter, guys that are on your team, you're speaking up for all these kids out there that want to play in the NFL. It would be lucky for them to be drafted. When you get drafted, and you know this, Sean, when you get drafted, it's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable feeling to be picked in a 7-round draft with what? 200 and how many people?
50 something.
250 some odd people, and you're getting picked. And most of these guys, there's so many people that are undrafted, and maybe some of them turn into being great players, and most of them they get picked to come and try out during the preseason and never make a team. And they jump from one team to another team and never get on a team. And that has nothing to do with their talent. It's just there are that many players better than they are. When you get drafted from the Commanders, the Cowboys, or the Ravens, or the 49ers, or the Falcons, and you're telling them, you know what? If they drafted you, tell them, I'm not playing for you. I want to be traded. If you don't trade me, I will not play for you. How would you feel? How could you promote something like that when you know as a player, as Deion Sanders is, that money is very hard to be made in the sports world? It's not easy to make millions and millions of dollars, and these players are going to have a chance to do that. Help their families, help their grandmothers, their aunts, their uncles, their father, their mother, their sisters, their brothers.
You gotta realize he's already making that.
Who's already making it? The NIL deals maybe a little, but not to the rookie contracts.
How about this, Sean? How about the 6th-round draft pick?
Shador, hold on. Shador makes more money off the field than he will make money on the field.
Let me ask you a question, and I want to ask you a serious.
I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna finish this, and I'm gonna let you ask the question. Only reason I say that because I never forget my rookie year. That Wynn told me that. He said that Wynn used to tell me he made more money off the field than on the field.
Let me ask you a question. If Shador Sanders didn't have the last name Sanders on the back of his jersey, do you think he would be as big right now in the country going into his final year as a college player where he is listed to be a 1st-round draft pick? Do you think that anybody in the country thinks that Shador Sanders is a 1st-round draft pick?
Yeah, I watched. The only reason I can say that is because I watched him all 4 years in high school. I watched him with the starting quarterback from SMU, a guy named Preston Stone, was another top recruit quarterback, just like Shador. They were the top 2 quarterbacks in the state of Texas. I watched him go neck and neck for 4 years. For 4 years. And I see it. He's like that. The kid is like that.
I don't think he's a 1st-round talent. I don't. I watched him this year. He played for Colorado. What was their record this year? And you're going to tell me Shador was really, really good this year? He was not good. He was forcing the ball in places that he never. He played for.
You asked me a question. Are you going to let me answer?
No, you're not letting me speak. That's the problem.
All right.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Por favor. Meanwhile, Shador went from Jackson State to Colorado with no O-line. They were in games. Colorado was in games. They didn't lose Shador. It was getting to Shador. The defense too. The O-line. They'll be a better team this year. So you telling me he's not better than some of the quarterbacks? Yes, he is. To do that, what he did at the level at Jackson State, then come and put the numbers up that he put up, since you're a big numbers guy, that he put up at Colorado, you can't knock it. You can't.
Well, right now, I would say he's probably a first-round pick, but is he a can't-miss guy, though, is another question where he has that kind of authority.
Well, I don't think he's a first-round draft pick.
He's a first-round draft pick, but I'm not going to say he's the number one overall pick.
No, I don't think you can right now either to say that because he's been inconsistent. Now, you're right. I think he's
a first-round draft pick. He's a through-a-threat quarterback.
He has good traits. I think he needs to work on his decision-making, though.
I mean, I think some of his decision-making is like, shit, fuck it. We're losing, or I'm trying to make something happen right now. And that's it. Well, you don't have nothing. And then a couple of games, he didn't have his number one weapon, Travis Hunter, and he was stuck. Think about it. He was running for his life every play. No O-line.
Mm-hmm. No, I give him the benefit of the doubt on that. I'm more of against the competition who he played against, which he's going to the Big Ten next year. Is he going to be able to do that?
I think he's going to be able to do that. So that means he played in 3 different conferences. He's going to be able to show you that he can play that.
He's going to have to in the Big Ten because the Pac-12 did not have good defense.
Speedy, let me ask you a question.
He's better than Bo Nix.
I don't like
Bo Nix is a third-round draft pick. He's a third-round draft pick.
Bo Nix is another Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Bo Nix is the third-round draft pick. Might even fall to the 4th round.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay? You're bringing, he's better than Bo Nix. Let me ask you a question, Speedy. Right now, if Shador Sanders was in the draft this year, is he a first-round draft pick? Honest to God.
Probably because of the quarterbacks, yes.
Because of his name. Because of his name.
Because he's a quarterback.
Because of the quarterback. Because of the quarterback.
There are quarterbacks dropping. There are quarterbacks dropping in this year's draft. What are you talking about? Are you watching what's going on right now? They have J.J. McCarthy moving up and all the other ones falling down. The only
critique I have on Shador and Speedy's, once again, Speedy said it right.
Let me ask you a question, Sean. Let me ask you a question because you like to say it.
His decision making at times, Speedy, is correct. Sometimes he's too risky and think he can get it in there instead of just, hey, take the check down or take the 2-yard run instead of trying to throw the interception and try to make the big home run play.
Let me ask you a question, Sean. How about this? Washington, Patriots, why are they willing to trade out of those picks? Let me ask you that question. Why? Because they don't think any of the quarterbacks are good enough for them to draft at number 2 and number 3. That's why. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Drake May is better than Shador. He is better. And I'm going to tell you, I take Daniels over him too. All right. So, and I don't think he's a first-round draft pick. I think he is. What? Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels. I think he's better than Shador Sanders. And honestly, I don't think the only reason why Shador.
I don't know if he can take a hit in the NFL. I don't know if he can take a hit in the NFL, but he's a good quarterback.
Well, he's going to have to protect himself. Yeah, he's a smaller quarterback, but
we said that about a lot of quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson being one of them.
Right.
Look what
and Lamar Jackson is the best upside comparison to Jaden Daniels of what he can be.
There's quite a few quarterbacks.
To a certain extent, I get it.
Penix too. People compare to Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, Penix has the speed. He doesn't have as much of the throw on the run and creativity that those. And
I've got news for you. I take Penix over Shador too. So and that's the facts. I know what you're going to say, Sean, and that's fine. He played in Dallas. He's Shador Sanders. He's Deion Sanders' son, and he's great, wonderful. I just think that if he was in this year's draft, he's not even a first-round draft pick. I think he falls out of the first round, probably a late second-round draft pick. And to me, I still want to see more from him. I want to see more from him because his leadership, which everybody claimed he had, why were there things and rumblings coming out from the locker room when they started to lose? Why did you hear so much stuff coming out from that locker room when they were losing? Because how many wins did they have this year? Four wins? I mean, and you had Deion Sanders after they won 3 games in a row. They were 3-0. Oh, I'm prime, baby. I'm prime. We're all about winning, baby. We're all about winning. And what happened after that?
And then they blew a 21-point lead against Stanford.
Yeah, that's also coaching. It's also coaching too.
No question.
We're not saying Deion Sanders would be a good NFL coach if he took over an NFL team right now. We were mocking it for thinking, oh, why is he always interviewing these guys when those guys like Eric Bieniemy, they can't get a head coaching job?
And I'm not. People are probably going to say, "Well, why are you taking shots at Shedeur Sanders?" I'm not taking shots at him. Maybe he could be a great quarterback in the league. Maybe he could. I'm not an NFL player. I'm not an NFL scout.
They basically say you sound like a hater.
I'm not a hater. I'm speaking what I've seen Shedeur Sanders play. I've watched him play this year. I watched the Coach Prime documentary that he has on Prime. I watched it. I've learned a lot about what Prime does on and off the field. I think he has an interesting personality. I think he has that personality that a lot of people like. And so did Shedeur. He likes to, mimic his father. He likes to be in the tabloids. And he's driving his Rolls Royce and all that other stuff, what he just bought or his father bought for him. Congratulations to him. Could you go on a football field? Could you get into when you get drafted in the NFL, are you going to be living off your father's last name or are you going to be your own person? That's the question. And I don't know if he can be.
He is going to be, man. Don't be a hater, man. Be happy for the kid, man.
I'm not going to be a hater. What is it? Why is he projected to be a first or a second pick next year?
Because the quarterback class is thin next year.
That doesn't matter.
Speedy, once again, thank you for being analytic for letting him understand. Sometimes I think Errol just forgets.
Really? I forget.
I think. Hey, do you have CTE from hockey?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't. But you might have CTE for, ramming yourself into the wall a couple of times because you're too high to understand if it's a wall or if it's an offensive line.
Actually, no, to be honest. But hey, whatever makes you feel.
Hey, you said you have CTE. I was just wondering if you were trying to run yourself into a brick wall. I don't know.
Why would I run into a brick wall? I don't need to run into a brick wall.
Then again, I've heard a lot of crazier things from ex-professional athletes. But what is he saying over here? What is Keith saying over here?
He's a definite first-round pick, or is projected to be the first or second pick. Well, that's to be determined with other positions, though, Keith.
Bo Nix will be picked sooner than you think.
No, I think third round is probably his ceiling right now for where he's going to be drafted because he's an older quarterback. We saw Will Levis fall into the second round last year because he's 25 years old already. So Bo Nix, who had a much less traits that are going to be consistent in the NFL. His game is very goofy when it comes to even the college. Now he's going to be a good leadership guy. I think he's a good backup type quarterback. Like he'll be like a Ryan Fitzpatrick. I don't think he'll ever be a consistent NFL starter for that reason. So I don't think he's going to get drafted any earlier than the third round probably. And as far as Shedeur Sanders, we don't know if he's going to go into the first or second overall pick just because of that, unless he has a great season. We have to see him put it together for a full season in the Big Ten because he's going to have to play a lot more tougher competition now as they transferred into the Big Ten for the Pac-12.
And we'll see how they play in the Big Ten. Like you were saying, we'll see how they play in the Big Ten. What happens if he gets hurt this year and he's out a significant amount of time? You see, he's still a first-round draft pick.
No, then he'll probably go back another year.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? He wants to make the money. Obviously, his father's, he's speaking about all these young African-American men. They should go out there and try to make the money. Oh, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? I understand why Deion says what he says, but Deion needs to take a step back and he has to wonder if he's putting his son in harm's way by opening his mouth. You know what I mean? Because what he did before the season last year for Colorado, speaking the way he spoke, teams were marking them on their boards.
Oh, yeah. No, any team is going to think of that as either as a really big positive if they want that kind of thing, or a negative. Talk about it in the NBA. Look at Lonzo Ball when he was drafted and his idiot father running his mouth all the time too. And you wonder how many teams might have been shying away from even when the Lakers tried to trade for him because they didn't want his father doing that. Now I don't think Deion Sanders is doing it to that extreme right now, and he's obviously a much more bright football mind in comparison to LeVar Ball's whatever stupid shoe brand. But even so, like that kind of thing could be thought of as a distraction with other teams. But there's other teams that just need to take the chance at this point. Carolina, if Bryce Young doesn't work out, the Broncos, where these other dysfunctional teams might be, you have to try doing that at some point.
At the NFL owners meeting yesterday, Robert Kraft said he was disappointed in the portrayal of the Patriots championship teams and dynasty documentary. Kraft said the interviews that the production crew wanted them to do were too long and too revealing. He also said there was too much emphasis on more controversial and challenging situations with the Patriots that they dealt with. He also said that he wished the documentary focused on the 21-game win streak, their Super Bowl wins, and some of the positive thoughts of their franchise icon players. Kraft said he was privileged to have Bill Belichick as his head coach and says he wants to honor Belichick the way the Patriots will honor Tom Brady this year. Let me say something, okay? And I know he got a lot of backlash because of what happened in that 10-episode documentary of the Dynasty. It was horrendous how they treated everybody. Every single player treated Bill Belichick when they went on, and you listen to Edelman, you listen to all the different guys. I mean, everybody, Matthew Slater, every single one of those guys that were being interviewed from top to bottom. The only one that really didn't say much was Brandon Lloyd. He was only involved with the whole Aaron Hernandez situation. That was the only thing that he never took shots at Bill Belichick. He was one of very few guys on that documentary that didn't take shots at a guy at Robert Kraft. I mean, I'm sorry, at Bill Belichick. But what we saw on that documentary could only tell you one thing about this Patriot organization, is that there was a lot of turmoil going on way before the whole Aaron Hernandez situation, way before after their third Super Bowl. There was a lot of turmoil from the transition every single year. And Bill Belichick was a drill sergeant. There was no question that he was, but his way he ran his teams, his way he coached his teams, helped them win championships. Now, some people would probably say they didn't like it. As we all know, the New York Giants over the years, the whole Tom Coughlin situation, Tom Coughlin had to kind of cater to some of his players. And obviously, guys, Michael Strahan and O.C. Umenyor, and then even some of the young players that they brought in. I don't know, guys like Eli Manning, which we've heard what Deion Sanders came out and said. So a lot of these things that we've seen, and this comes from the Bill Parcells tree. Look at Sean Payton. Look what Sean Payton said in the offseason. He took shots at Nathaniel Hackett when we all know that he didn't like Russell Wilson, but he spoke highly of Russell Wilson because he had to take over a team that had Russell Wilson as their starting quarterback.
Meanwhile, Russell Wilson had his own private harvest, and Sean Payton took it away.
But getting back to Robert Kraft, I understand that he thought there was some kind of portrayal on some of the different people that were working behind the scenes on this documentary. Here's the problem, and Sean, we're going to mute you for a second because we hear backlash over there. You can come in when we bring you back in. But you look at the situation with the Patriots winning, and even the Aaron Hernandez situation. The Aaron Hernandez situation was a huge, huge story behind the whole Patriots situation at that time and their success after that. So I mean, if you're a Patriot fan or you even a Patriot hater, you wanted to know year in and year out of their aggressiveness on bringing in players, fitting into this offense, fitting into this defense, fitting in with Bill Belichick and even Robert Kraft as the owner of the organization, and Tom Brady taking over for Drew Bledsoe, when we all know that there was turmoil there. Bledsoe gets hurt. He almost dies on the football field. And then all of a sudden, Tom Brady takes over, plays unbelievable football, takes over for Bledsoe. He gets healthy after the year before getting a $100 million contract. And it was like a son figure to Robert Kraft. And then all of a sudden, he's healthy. He's ready to go. And then Bill Belichick says, Tom Brady is my quarterback. That Drew Bledsoe is my backup quarterback. And when Robert Kraft went to him and that whole story and the back and forth arguments to who's their starting quarterback, Robert Kraft took Bill Belichick's side. That was the only thing he did in this documentary that I could say that was sticking up for Bill Belichick. Everything else was Tom Brady, my love child. Everything that Tom Brady did and everything Tom Brady said, he was the greatest. I had the greatest player and the greatest. The one thing he said, from all the stuff the turmoil that we saw from the players and even some of the coaching staff, was that Bill Belichick is one of the greatest coaches of all time. And that Bill Belichick he did right to the organization when he chose Tom Brady over Drew Bledsoe, even though before that he was going to Bill Belichick saying that what's going on with Drew's he's my guy. I paid him $100 million. I think he should be the starter. That was the only thing that he complimented Bill Belichick on in any part of that documentary.
Right. And you wonder a lot of the things that were systemic about what Bill Belichick did, because it was very unique the way that he ran the team, for like him being the GM and the coach at the same time, and the types of players that he traded early, the types of players he got rid of, and they did well other places, or they struggled a lot. Most of them struggled other places. As a Giants fan, I know every time they sign an ex-Patriots player, they tend to suck with them. But you look at
especially ex-running backs.
Especially ex-running backs and ex-left tackles, most especially. Nate Solder, we're looking at you. But nevertheless, you've seen a lot of these players that played for them for a while and even left of that and left on good terms with the Patriots, or left on terms that Belichick knew about. And those kind of things, as Devin McCourty was referencing when we were talking about it last week, were not referenced in the documentary. It was referenced as a negative type portrayal. And the kind of the split maybe with the three egos was shown more, like you were saying. Like Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick were tense on a lot of things. Tom Brady and Bill Belichick later on were tense on a lot of things. How extreme was that? How much was that?
What bothered me more than anything about that documentary is the fact that I think it was episode 9 or 10. I think it was episode 9 into 10 when Tom Brady went to Robert Kraft after the Super Bowl win. And he went to Robert Kraft, and there was turmoil after that Philadelphia game, that Super Bowl with Philadelphia, because they decided not to play what's his name, Butler, and that every single player believes that if Butler played in the game, they win the game, because it was so very close. If Butler was defending,
Alshon
Jeffries, any one of these guys, you use them in a slot. Did something with a guy like Butler, they probably win the Super Bowl, and that would have been Tom Brady's 7th Super Bowl at the time. 6th Super Bowl at the time, and he would have won with the Rams. That would have been 7. He would have had 8 Super Bowls,
and maybe he wouldn't leave. You don't know.
Maybe not. And after that, Tom Brady was the turmoil. They weren't speaking after that. They weren't even acknowledging each other the next year. And even when they won the Super Bowl, they hugged. Bill Belichick says you're fantastic, but Bill Belichick didn't even compliment Tom Brady after that win. He says this is a team sport. It's not always about one player. Everybody's got to play well for us to win a Super Bowl. And he was pretty much taking shots at the whole Tom Brady thing because everybody wanted to deal with credit. Robert Kraft then, after Tom Brady went to the Buccaneers and won a Super Bowl, he was upset because he said, that could have been another Super Bowl for us. If I could, it's amazing. He complimented himself at that, on the documentary. He says, to me, I did one of the greatest things in NFL history. I kept two of the greatest personalities in NFL history to play with each other for 20 years and win 6 Super Bowls. It was all about complimenting himself.
Yeah.
That's all it was. And you're going to say, and now all of a sudden he's backtracking. Now he's telling, we're going to celebrate Bill Belichick. Give me a break. Bill knows damn well that documentary. If I was Bill Belichick and I was watching that documentary, I said, why the hell was I even a part of it? Even Josh McDaniels was taking shots at Bill Belichick in layman's terms, okay? In layman's terms. He didn't say, well, I just don't understand why he didn't play he didn't play him, and he didn't play him, and he didn't play him when this was going on. And that's the problem. That's the problem right now, because even though maybe they didn't want to portray that and maybe they said other things, if you're going to bring a documentary into, and by the way, Robert Kraft saw the documentary before it went out there.
Sure.
He definitely did. Okay. And now all of a sudden he's getting backlash all over social media and from the Patriot fans and all that other stuff. Now he's backtracking and he's saying, I hate the portrayal, what the director and what the producers were doing to us and trying to get so much stuff out of us that I didn't want to be portrayed as an organization. That says a lot about the turmoil that organization had.
Well, I think we could learn as well from any of these dynasty things that have come out since The Last Dance. The Last Dance was the trendsetter during COVID, and
no question.
And they were showing even the negativity at the end of that last year, the 1998, with Jerry Reisendorf and Jerry Krause, and how extreme that got. And I'm sure some of the other ones were like that too in all other sports, because there's definitely some. I imagine with soccer, there was some with the Lakers that I know you liked as well. That I'm sure there were negative things that were shown, but like that much with that much controversy even before the Aaron Hernandez thing is definitely something that I could see his side with. But at the same time, how much of that was you causing that thing too? Because while Bill Belichick might have not had the money ego that you see other teams do that are successful. I'm sure you did, Robert Kraft, and wanted to spend all that money and wanted to keep certain players happy.
Success does turn into turmoil in any championship team. You just spoke about, we're speaking about the Patriots. We speak even the Yankees. Now, I don't know what was going on, and nobody came out with a documentary about those 90 Yankee teams, but there were a lot of players that didn't like each other, but they made it work. 2009 with the Yankees, Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter, did they get along? Did they like each other? No. I know Robinson Cano came out and said that everybody keeps giving Derek Jeter all the credit that he was the captain, but all the young Dominicans, all the young Puerto Ricans and Spanish players went to Alex Rodriguez and asked him for information, not Derek Jeter. That should cause, if I was Derek Jeter, I wouldn't be happy with that. I was the captain of the team. I was the El Capitan, So again, there's a lot of turmoil when you have championship teams, championship built teams, the way we've seen over the years.
Yeah, and Tom Brady and Derek Jeter are two very good parallels to that because Derek Jeter had that same level of fame in baseball that Tom Brady did in football at the time.
Look what happened with Derek Jeter with Brian Cashman. I mean, the whole situation with that at the end, because he wanted the money and Brian Cashman didn't think he was the player that he was. And then obviously the whole situation bringing Alex Rodriguez in and going to Derek Jeter and saying that, oh, we're going to put Alex at third, even though you can't stand him. And even if you don't like it, we're bringing him in.
Right. Which is, at that point, a leverage point for either George Steinbrenner or Brian Cashman to still keep that end of flashy part of the Yankees, bringing in those guys they did with the 2009 team, the way they did, those free agents, and even before that with A-Rod, bringing him in 2004 after they didn't win for 4 years in a row, losing 2 of those World Series as well. And maybe that was also the result of some other players that ended up going to the Red Sox. They had a big free agent haul to get their alleged dynasty started in 2004, then 2007. They had to bring in a lot of free agents, that whole pitching staff. So maybe a lot of those guys didn't want to play for the Yankees for that reason too. You don't know, but there's a lot of parallels with Brian Cashman, even with Bill Belichick, the stubbornness of it, and Robert Kraft and George Steinbrenner as owners.
Sean, what do you think?
I mean, you play with guys you don't get along with anyway sometimes, but at the end of the day, the common goal when you winning, it's just like any championship team. You see when free agency hit, you don't have the same guys come back because people want part of that winning predicate because they feel like, hey, you was on the championship team. They're going to pay you some money. You know something about winning and want some of the secrets and to get going to try to build their dynasty. Like, man, how y'all used to win? What y'all used to do? That's just how it goes. And that's how a lot of guys get paid in free agency sometimes. And then, some guys also suck it up even though they don't like a guy. But if this guy's going to help us win a championship, why wouldn't you sign him? Because it's always
I agree with you.
Missing.
I agree with you. But there's when you have personalities, strong personalities, great players on your team, you're going to have turmoil. And I don't think it's just the Patriots. And we've named a bunch of championships, the Chicago Bulls. I'm sure it's happened to many successful teams in the past. I bring up the New York Yankees because in the 90s, I know everybody thinks there was so much special, special things that happened with the New York Yankees in the organization and what the Yankees did as an organization. Speedy, you can mute him for a second so we don't have the backlash. You look at the Yankees and the situation that they went through in the 90s. If you remember the transition of Don Mattingly, remember that in 94, 95 when they lost against Seattle in the wild card game? I think it was the first wild card game ever. I'm pretty sure it was in 95.
Yeah, they had the 93 expansion.
Yes.
That would make sense.
So I think it was the first wild card game, and Don Mattingly, they get eliminated by Seattle. And then the next year they win the World Series. They bring in Wade Boggs, they bring in all these different guys, and it worked out for the New York Yankees. When that started, that transition, everything started to change. Winning started to change for the New York Yankees. And then that dynasty happened. There had to be turmoil because George Steinbrenner was a very strong personality. Robert Kraft is a very strong personality. Michael Jordan and Phil Jackson were very strong personalities. And you have all these different, pieces that have to fit and work together. But Robert Kraft coming out and making it seem like he was disappointed. What is he disappointed about? He knows that if you're going to take everything that happened over the years, everything happened, Spygate, Deflategate, everything, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick and who was on whose side. We all know why the players were sticking up for Tom Brady. They loved Tom Brady. Tom Brady was a man's man. He was a player, every player loved to play with him. And Bill Belichick was a drill sergeant. He had to be hated. And he knows that. But when your owner comes out there and says, well, if we kept Tom Brady, or if Bill Belichick was the one that you chose to leave, would Tom Brady have stayed with the Patriots? He says, absolutely. I mean, that by itself throws Bill Belichick onto the bus.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, seriously. So he's saying that if he fired Bill Belichick, Tom Brady still would have been the quarterback of the New England Patriots. And hey, maybe we win another Super Bowl, and maybe we have 7 Super Bowls instead of 6.
Probably not, because Josh McDaniels would have been your head coach.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's somebody else. I mean, did you think Gerard Mayo was going to be their coach?
No.
I mean, seriously. Now, I'm not saying Gerard Mayo can't be successful in the NFL. He probably will be. I mean, he was a great linebacker. He was a great player.
Yep.
He really was. He just couldn't stay healthy. So, and he's a good defensive coordinator. So we'll see how it works out for over there. But Bill Belichick is one of a kind. You're not and everybody's going to say, well, what would Bill have done without Tom Brady? Okay. Who drafted Tom Brady? Now, I understand it was really a guessing game, and they were very surprised that Tom Brady was there at 199. Nevertheless, he was the one that said, okay, we need to draft him. He was the one that took a chance and said, you know what? I don't want the $100 million player. I want him. He's my starter. I'm going to win with him. And he was right about him. When everybody was, how many rounds did he go through, and how many teams passed up on Tom Brady? Oh, he's not athletic enough. He doesn't have a quarterback built body. He's not this. He's not fast.
Yeah.
All this other stuff. He believed in Tom Brady because of his brain, his ability to throw the ball and see the field as good as anybody's ever seen. He was the one that decided to say, you know what, Drew, you go to the Cowboys. I'm keeping Tom Brady. I'm gonna go down as one of the greatest coaches of all time because I made the right choice with Tom Brady.
Right. And also you look at the state of quarterbacks now. I think it's very difficult to be able to do anything if you don't have a top end quarterback, unless the rest of your team is like super complete and you could still squeak into the playoffs. But even so, that kind of scenario is even hard to come by in today's NFL. Probably the only one in the last 6 years has been the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo. But even Jimmy Garoppolo is probably an average quarterback, not necessarily like a liability at quarterback. And now you're stuck with Mac Jones, who's an absolute liability at quarterback. And look at somebody like Andy Reid. When Andy Reid first went to the Chiefs, he brought in Alex Smith. They made the trade for Alex Smith. If the Patriots did that same kind of thing with an Alex Smith level quarterback, the Patriots are still winning and making the playoffs pretty much every year because the Chiefs did that same kind of thing.
ESPN reports that the Raptors forward Jonte Porter is under investigation for multiple instances of betting within the last few months. The report is linked to prop bets involved Porter for a matchup versus the Clippers on January 26th and a matchup versus the Kings on March 20th. In the Clippers matchup, Porter played just 4 minutes and didn't score. And betting the under on his player props was the biggest betting profit of the night. However, 2 days later, Porter played 19 minutes and had 12 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists. Last week versus the Kings, Porter played just 3 minutes before leaving the game with an alleged illness. 2 days later versus the Thunder, Porter played 21 minutes and had 8 assists, 7 points, and 3 rebounds. All NBA players and employees are prohibited from betting on any NBA games. Okay. Now, we spoke about this just a day ago, actually 2 days ago, about Shohei Ohtani. This story came out that day, Monday night, and it broke Monday night. I wanted to get into this, and we have our guests. And by the way, in just a few moments, we will be talking to NFL content creator Shawn Michaels, not the wrestler, ladies and gentlemen. Follow him on his channel at NFL Mike on YouTube. So we will have him on, and I'm definitely interested to see what he has to say about the NFL as well. You look at this story. And I've been saying this over and over and over again about professional sports and betting, legalized betting now throughout the country. This is not going to end. It is not going to end. It's going to happen in all sports. The FBI and federal organizations around the country politically are going to stand in and figure out why and how this is happening. But guess what? It has been going on for years. It has been going on forever. And I brought up Pete Rose last time we talked about this with Shohei Ohtani. How could Pete Rose sit back and see what's going on right now in professional sports, how betting has become legalized in 40 different states. And now So many players now are going to be caught. Shohei Ohtani, if he gets off this, and if the FBI investigates this to know that he had something some kind of involvement to this, why couldn't Pete Rose sue the MLB for keeping him out of the Hall of Fame? Why couldn't Pete Rose sue the MLB for keeping away from making money and using the MLB name, or maybe being a manager or a coach or, I don't know, a GM of an organization, that he can't do any of those? He was kicked out of baseball for how many years because he bet on baseball, and not even not against his team, for his team. This is horrible. And I don't know much about Jontay Porter. I didn't even know who he was until I looked him up. But I know Michael Porter Jr. is his brother. And Michael Porter Jr. is a sensational player. Who's to say Michael Porter Jr. didn't know anything about this? I'm not accusating or, saying something like this and throwing him under the bus. But how do we know he knows nothing about it? This is his brother.
Yep. And again, the way he's the approach now, granted, small sample size right now, but it is a very odd 2 games thing to judge. Now, we were talking about it, I believe, in November or December with the Brooklyn Nets, like them deliberately sitting players at certain points, that maybe there was some kind of betting involved with that, but we haven't heard anything with them since that incident. So maybe we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for the time being, but this is 2 months apart now, and he happened to leave the game with a suspicious illness. We've seen players play through illnesses a lot. Now, granted, it's not them sitting out games because of illnesses and stuff like that, where they can adjust to that kind of thing. But you're betting on unders, which is something that you can control. We were talking about it, Jeff likes to drive us crazy. We were talking about it with him last week of how much you can control. In basketball, you can control a good amount. If you have a prop bet on an under for yourself, hypothetically, if, say, he was doing it, or maybe one of his friends were doing it or something like that, I can say, all right, I'm not going to shoot the ball as often. If I have a player prop under 5.5 points, you can control that. It's not like in baseball where if you're a hitter, you can't control how you hit, or vice versa.
Sean, I know you have your own thoughts to this situation, obviously. I mean, it's crazy right now what's going on in sports and legalized betting. What are your thoughts to this story as Jontay Porter isn't being investigated, as Shohei Ohtani obviously is being investigated by the FBI as well? Oh, he's at a basketball game. Sean's at a basketball game, so I could see why Sean is busy, but his daughter is playing some basketball. But the accusations coming out about this story is only going to bring out what's going on in professional sports now. And it's become a business now. It's a multi-billion-dollar business. I mentioned that the New York State in betting last year, made over $350 million. And it was not even a full year of betting. It wasn't even a full year of betting. I think it started, in February or some kind? Yeah. It wasn't even a full year, and they made about $350 million or $370 million or something like that. It is becoming a multi-billion-dollar business. And it's not just DraftKings or FanDuel. Now you're seeing all these betting organizations, new betting organizations being built because there's so much money invested into it. And now you have these players. They're looking at it. They're not making enough money, or they're not making enough money in their eyes. So they're making $350,000. I don't know what is Jontay making right now a year?
I can't imagine it'd be much. He's an undrafted rookie.
All right. So let's say he's making $350,000 or $500,000. He wants to make more money for himself and his family. So what is he going to do? He's going to take $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 invested into sports betting. And if he knows what's going to happen in the game, who's going to play, what kind of score the game could fall in, as you know what has happened over the last couple of days from injured players on his own team or injured players on the other team. He has the inside scoop. So why wouldn't he bet on it? Why wouldn't he bet on the game if he's playing 20-something minutes or he's playing 3 minutes? Mm-hmm. So this is what sports betting is going to do. As I've been saying, that it's going to transition even more into a business. And I've said this, and I've said this for 7 years. Speedy, what have I been saying about sports?
That sports betting you should be able to do if it's
No, that's not what I've been saying. What have I been saying about the Super Bowl?
Oh, it's rigged.
It is rigged. And I believe, why do you think that Las Vegas is always right, or they're right 65% of the time or 63% of the time? Why do you think that is possible? Because they know the outcome, or they know somewhat of the outcome of the game.
What they want it to be,
yeah. Yeah, that's what they know. How do they know that? They have inside sources. That's what they have. Not just coaches. not just owners, GMs, executives of professional sports, reaching out to them and giving them information on certain players, certain injuries, certain this, certain that. A referee who likes to call more penalties than other referees. They know this.
A referee that has bias either for or against a certain player.
Or teams.
NBA fans make note of that with Scott Foster and Chris Paul. Scott Foster hates Chris Paul's teams for whatever reason.
This happens.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tell you this right now. Maybe people think I'm crazy. Now players are starting to come out and say that it's rigged. Maybe, and some people think that we're crazy saying that. But how many players ex-players we've had on this show complain about how rigged the game is now. Not only in the NFL, but the NBA. We've heard a couple of ex-players come out and say that. And even in the NHL, I've heard a player or two come out and say that some things just don't make any sense. And the outcome of games, how does this happen in the outcome of the game when the game looks like it's going this way? So, I mean, it's suspicious. It is very suspicious.
Oh, yeah, we joke about it all the time. The phantom calls of the Penguins and Capitals got over the years because they have Sidney Crosby and Alex Ovechkin.
Are we getting Michael on the show?
He said he had to edit some stuff, so he might be a little bit late, but I'm just monitoring him right now.
Well, I'm looking to get Sean on the show. I'm looking to argue some points of the NFL. But to me, if you're an NFL or even an NBA fan right now or an MLB fan right now with the Shohei Ohtani, this is bothersome because I'll go over here. Williams on the Lions.
Yep.
He got suspended last year. Calvin Ridley, obviously with the steroid accusations and all that other stuff. The NFL is starting to investigate certain things and what they don't allow and what they do allow in professional sports. Why is it that now the NFL, the MLB, and the NBA are starting to cut down on all these things, which has been going on for many, many years? Why are they doing it now more than they were doing it in days? And why did the MLB do the things that they did to Pete Rose when Pete Rose has apologized for what he did and has come out and apologized for the situation for what it is? And now Pete Rose is looking at Shohei Ohtani, and Shohei Ohtani came out and he apologized. He said he knew nothing about it. We're not just talking about one of his interpreter. We're talking about, it wasn't just his interpreter, it was one of his best friends.
Right.
It was one of his best friends that was stealing from him. You're going to tell me that his best friend did not know about this specific situation? Come on. You're talking, you speak to your best friend every single day. You speak to your interpreter every single day. You're going to tell me that $4.5 million just surprisingly left your account? You have an accountant. He probably has 3 or 4 accountants taking his money and investing it into so many different things, stocks and Bitcoin and whatever he's doing, homes and
whatever the currency might be in Japan. Yeah,
investments. You're going to tell me that your accountant wasn't a part of this? Come on. Your accountant probably knew something about this. Maybe you should investigate your accountant.
Yeah, and at least for any sport, like set a fair precedent. If you're going to discipline something, are you to do that? Now, baseball is the most extreme example because you're dealing with should have been Hall of Famer in Pete Rose and a future Hall of Famer in Shohei Ohtani, that you have to set a precedent to the most extreme measures on this kind of thing of either making it disciplined, but make it where it could happen. You could bet on other games, allow it to be some kind of thing, or you're going to have to set an extreme precedent and get Shohei Ohtani suspended or get him like indefinitely banned or whatever if you're going to do the same thing to Pete Rose. Now, I wouldn't go to that extreme measure because I don't think Ohtani was directly involved, but if he was, you have to do that kind of thing. And same kind of thing with the NBA now.
And Adam Silver has really backed up the players. The players have taken over the game. The players are the bosses, not the owners. As we've seen, how many NBA players have run out, how many owners in the NBA? You're speaking about, in the last 10 years, 2 owners were run out. The Phoenix Suns and the LA Clippers. Both guys. Now, I'm not saying they were right for what they did in the past. I am not, and don't quote me on this. I know what they did. It was despicable what they did. But you have the players saying that if you don't get rid of them, you don't tell them to sell their team, we're not playing. That to me tells me that the players are running the leagues now. The owners don't have any control of the players. They're the ones paying them. They're the ones making sure that they have 5-star restaurants and 5-star hotels, that they can 5-star planes that they're flying in, but they don't get the respect from the players. And I understand what these guys have said in the past and what was recorded. Listen, I've said some derogatory things in the past that probably I don't mean. Does that mean that I'm a racist? I mean, seriously, I've made jokes so many times, not even racist jokes, just stupid jokes. And somebody records me and says, well, that was a racist term. I didn't look at it to be racist. I looked at it to be, I was just being funny.
Yeah.
You know,
People dig up their old tweets all the time.
No, I just thought it to be funny at the time. Yeah. I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, they dig up old tweets of athletes all the time too. Josh Allen, I think, had some. I think Josh Hader had some. Like people are going to do that anyway, just to create.
How many innocent people were thrown into jail? How many innocent people have been treated wrongly and being accused, or accusations came out on a murder that had nothing to do with them? And they're sitting behind bars for 35 years just because of one thing he said in an interview with a cop, and he made a mistake the way he said it.
Sure.
Okay? People make mistakes. We are human. And I'm going to say this. I'm not taking sides on this whole Porter thing. If it to be true, he should be suspended and thrown out of professional basketball, as well as Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani, just because he's a superstar in the league, does not mean he can get away with this, because baseball would lose their star player.
Right. You can't be hypocritical in any sport. Now, every sport is going to enforce it differently, but we saw the NFL right now. An example of it is Calvin Ridley got a whole season, and guys have gotten a lot less for more issues than gambling. And that's the precedent that any sport is going to have to set, with this betting thing being a big trend now. And especially with baseball internationally too, with different currencies being different. We were talking about with Shohei Ohtani, with Japan in general, this interpreter has 5 other guys on his staff that have been caught as well. So it's not just Shohei Ohtani, and he's involved with that. Now those guys are probably gone from him. And even the same kind of thing with hockey and basketball that are big international followers.
Speedy, you read different writers and different sports writers, right? You're a sports fan, so when you're reading about your Mets, or you're reading about I'm reading about the Yankees, I'm reading certain specific writers because I respect what they say and their investigation of those specific sports, right? You do that,
sure?
Okay. So, and I'm a big fan of particular writers. I'm not going to mention on radio, and I've disliked a bunch of writers, and I like to read their stuff because I want to mock them on this show. Okay. That doesn't mean, even if I don't like them, it doesn't mean that when they say something to be wrong, that they're not right. And it doesn't mean that they say something that they think to be right wouldn't be wrong. Okay. It is their opinion. And sometimes when you put something on a piece of paper, it could really put you under the bus. It could throw you under the bus by the way you pronounce it or the way you assume it to be. Okay. It's a mistake. And that's why you have to be careful with your words. Again, what is going on right now in professional sports with betting? People are betting on sports. Does that mean they shouldn't? I think that if you're playing in a specific sport, if you're a basketball player, you should not be betting on basketball. You could bet on football. You could bet on baseball. You could bet on hockey, golf, whatever you want to bet on. You cannot bet on your own sport. If you get caught doing it, I don't care if it's for your team, against your team, or for any other team. You should be suspended and thrown out of baseball.
Yeah, and again, it's
circumstances basketball.
Yeah, circumstances you could control, especially. Like, Jonte Porter is directly controlling him, and I think the fact that he could shoot the ball less, the fact that he could pass the ball less would be a better circumstance for that kind of thing. And that kind of thing has to be evaluated, especially in the NBA. And we were talking about it with boxing. Like, boxing, you could control.
No.
How much, all right, when am I going to knock a guy out versus how much am I going to wait on stamina for this kind of thing? And football, same kind of thing if you're a quarterback.
Look at what the whole Paul thing, the Paul Tyson situation. We never even spoke about that. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson coming up, I think in April, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't April?
It's in July.
I'm sorry. So it's in July, and they're promoting in April of some kind. In New York, in Las Vegas, wherever they're going to be fighting. And I don't know the full extent of it. I heard Mike Tyson a couple of times on different shows. He was on the Jimmy Fallon show. What was it, 2 years ago, when he said that Jake Paul came out and said that he would like to fight Mike Tyson. Why do you think he wants to fight Mike Tyson? Because Mike Tyson puts fannies in the seats, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they do. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Mike Tyson is making money off his marijuana. He's got the Tyson ear bites and all the different stuff that he's doing right now. He's got his own podcast. He's doing great. I'm so happy for Iron Mike. He deserves it for all the stuff that he's been through, all the money that he's lost, his daughter dying on a treadmill a couple of years ago. Oh. It is horrible what he's been going through in the past. And I've met Mike. Mike is one of the nicest people you ever met. He's done some stupid things. He's trusted too many people and looked stupid in the business end of it. And he came out and said that Jake Paul is one of the smartest guys. He's good for boxing. The reason why is he's putting fannies in the seats. He's bringing new boxing fans to the fight game. And that's helping. He said even world champions can't bring and sell out $70 million, pay-per-views as Jake Paul is because of his marketing, his stampede of what he does on and off the boxing, out of the boxing ring. Yeah. And some of the stuff that he does on YouTube because he's a YouTube guy. Mike Tyson knows that there's a lot of money to be made on this. And that's why Mike Tyson is fighting Jake Paul. You don't think Mike Tyson has people betting on the fight? They both know the outcome of this fight. It's a joke. It's a complete, utter joke. Do you really think if Mike Tyson steps into the ring, even at the age of 55 right now, 54, however old he is, he's in his 50s. Even now, you really think Jake Paul can withstand a guy that throws, even if he's not throwing 25 pounds of pressure now, he was doing it then, probably throwing 1,600 pounds of pressure. Do you really think that Jake can stand toe-to-toe with the great Mike Tyson?
Didn't he just knock a guy out 3 years ago, too, in one of those fights?
Who? Mike Tyson?
Tyson.
I don't know. I mean, those exhibition fights. Roy Jones, he fought Roy Jones. It went all the way. It went all the way to the decision, and I thought that was paid off too. Okay. And Roy Jones was one of the greatest boxers at his weight class for years as well. Mike Tyson was the greatest, I believe, at the time, and some people can argue he's probably the greatest heavyweight champion of all time. And for 5 years, he was just so dominant on how much fear he put on these 240, 230-pound guys when he was walking into the ring at 205, and he was fighting guys 40, 50 pounds and guys that were like 6-7 inches bigger than he was, okay? Because he threw hard, and he came out and said many, many times he'd go into the ring and not even make a face, but he was so scared to step in the ring against these guys because of, everybody fears when you have an adrenaline rush and you go out there and you do what you're taught, okay? That's what you do. You're a professional athlete. Go out there and beat the hell out of him. That's what you're going to do. But he's not going to do that with Jake Paul. It's all about money.
Right.
You don't think, come on, Speedy, you don't think Jake Paul has money invested into the betting game for this? It's an exhibition fight. Nobody gives a crap. Floyd Mayweather's been doing it for years in professional sports, but nobody can pin it on him, prove it on him. But guess what? He's said it many, many times that he's bet on boxing.
I'm sure both of them have at least 10 people that are going to bet one way for this kind of type of fight where, they definitely could try to fix it anyway because Jake Paul wants to.
It is absolutely fixed. This fight, before it even happens in July, I guess it is. I don't know when it is, but
20th.
The 20th, July 20th. You don't think it's fixed? It absolutely is fixed. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jake Paul hits him with a right or a left and knocks him down to his knees. Mike Tyson is not a guy that falls to his knees much. I think he's only been on his knees, I think, once or twice in his career.
Yeah, I think twice.
Okay, I think it was against it wasn't Riddick Bowe. It was James Buster Douglas.
Right, that was the big one.
And who's the English fighter that he fought?
British fighter.
British heavyweight champion. Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot him. I forgot it. He fought Evander Holyfield, obviously, but he bit Evander Holyfield both times. I mean, that was just
Frank Bruno.
No, not Frank Bruno.
Oh wait, no, that was recent.
Oh my God, I can't believe I forgot his name. I cannot believe I forgot his name. Lennox Lewis. That's who it was. Okay. It was Lennox Lewis. All right. That was the only two fights that I thought he was just completely outmatched. And if Mike Tyson never went to jail, I don't think he ever loses a fight. Honestly, to me, he got caught up. Before he went to jail, he lost the fight against James Buster. I don't think he loses another fight if he never goes to jail. Okay? I think that James Buster would have been the only fighter that's ever beaten him. But because he went to jail, away from fighting for 2 years, and not really being in fighting shape, it's in any sports. Deshaun Watson, he was out of football for 2 years. He might never be the same football player again. I mean, I can name so many guys. Plaxico Borges, he goes to jail for 2 years. He comes out. He's never the same football player he was when he played for the Giants. Okay, he never was. He played for the Jets. He'd been all over the place. Never worked out. The only one that I think got to that point after 2 years being out of the sport is Michael Vick. And it's an amazing story what Michael Vick did when he went to Philadelphia. And you have to thank Donovan McNabb for giving him the chance of speaking up for him and then taking the job from him. Okay?
The dream team.
It's going to be fixed, ladies and gentlemen. That fight, Tyson, you don't think that betting man, Mike Tyson knows it's going to go completely straight through. It's going to, how many rounds is it going to be? 10, 7, 8 rounds, whatever it is. It will go to the end. You know why? Because it will put fannies in the seats. And if Jake Paul puts Mike Tyson on his ass, it will sell even more. Look, I didn't win the fight, or it was a draw, but I put the great Mike Tyson on his ass. You know what that means? I could fight the best fighter in the world right now, and I could beat him.
Allegedly.
I could beat him. It's a joke. It's a joke, but that's the betting world. It's all about marketing now. Sports is about marketing and business. That's all it is. Fish, am I wrong? Let's bring fish in.
I was going to say,
am I wrong?
You say all the time, like UFC's trying to save itself. Like, they need something.
I'm not wrong on this.
Fish, you're muted right now.
Sorry about that, guys. I missed it. I'm sorry. We had some stuff go down over here.
No, I'm saying that the way sports are, it's become a marketing business. That's all it is. The whole Mike Tyson situation, and the Jake Paul. If you don't believe that this is fixed, I don't know what you believe. And again, the whole thing, his last 2 or 3, 4 fights, the only fight that I don't think was fixed was the Fury fight. I think he believed he won that fight. I know he was trying to. There were stories coming out that he was trying to pay Fury to lose that fight. That's what I heard. That Fury, and then the whole bet came out that he was going to knock Fury out. He was going to beat Fury. And then after that, when he said he would give him all his money, I remember when Jake Paul said, if you beat me, I'll give you all the money from the proceeds if you beat me. And he didn't even do that. The story came out that he didn't even do that after the disrespect of his father, his brother, his family. Jake Paul didn't even take his winnings and give it to Fury brother.
You know, those guys, the two brothers, the Paul brothers, the other one does wrestling now. He has a podcast.
Logan.
He's pretty impressive athlete. You know, these guys, talk about an unconventional way to become, famous in athletic sense. These two guys, boxing and mixed martial arts, and they were, I never really followed them until recently, but they've been around for a decade or so, just on YouTube forever, got all these followers. It's a show. They're not real. They're real athletes, but they've never competed, the way that most athletes have when they were younger in the same ways, rising through the ranks from high school to college and all those things. They just did it their own way. And, you got power to them, but you can't take it like a serious fight. It's a machine. They're selling their, energy drinks all the time. All this other stuff you see on certain shows where it's like these fake vitamins, all that type of stuff. That's what they're doing. I'm more interested in Tyson, to be honest with you. The man's almost 60. He's had struggles with mental health his entire life. The guy is the most exciting highlight. If you're going to go on a deep dive on YouTube for some highlights, man, the Tyson knockout package is one of the top 5 things. You can just go down a rabbit hole for hours and hours. The stuff he was able to do. Obviously the wheels fell off for him. We all saw it famously with Evander Holyfield, and then, he blew his knee out in that one fight, and that was it for him, really, as a competitor. He was in movies, he's selling, gummies and doing all those things, and, he's doing this promotion thing. Good for him. Are we going to take it seriously like it's a real fight? No, but am I going to watch it during the dead time in the sports season in the summer right after the All-Star game? Of course I am, and that's why they're going to get our money, and that's why we're going to keep seeing this stuff. For years, man. It's a new future.
I'm not paying for that.
It's already there.
I'm not paying for that.
On Netflix, isn't it? It's just Netflix.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Netflix.
okay. If it's on Netflix, I'll watch it because it's free.
And that's what they're doing,
I
you know?
I'm
It's
paying
brilliant.
for Netflix. I'm paying $10 a month. So if it's free on Netflix, I'll sit there and watch it. But honestly, I'm not paying for that. I'm not spending. And I want to say something. People that don't have Netflix are going to pay for Netflix for 1 month just to watch that stupid fight. And it's all what $10 or what I think the most expensive deal right now is $10 or $11 a month. So you're going to pay for Netflix for that month just to see this stupid dumb fight. But again, going back to rigged and professional sports now these fighters are fighting exhibition fights. They're no longer the top fighters that they are, and they want to make more money and put more money in their pocket. Look at the Gotti. Look at John Gotti's son, John Gotti Jr., whatever the hell his name is. He fought Floyd Mayweather. That fight was a joke. And honestly, I believe, okay, because you heard, John Gotti Jr. come out and say that if I ever see him on the streets, I'll knock him out. And his entourage, you saw what happened in the middle of that ring. That was a joke. You don't think that was planned? You don't think that was rigged? Come on, guys. John Gotti made $5 million on that fight. More money than the kid will ever see in his life. And the only reason why he won that money? Because of who his grandfather was. That's it. That's the only reason why he won that money. And Floyd Mayweather's laughing to the bank because he made like $25 million on that deal or $27 million on that deal to fight what? 5 rounds of garbage? John Gotti didn't throw one punch, didn't land one punch on him. It was a joke. And that's it. And you don't think Floyd Mayweather was pressing bets on what was going to happen? Come on. He probably did. And I probably made millions and millions of dollars on that. That's what's going on in professional sports, ladies and gentlemen. It's become a cash money game. That's all it is. I remember growing up when the Knicks lost. I was like, I was devastated. I was devastated until the next year. I was like, oh, God, another offseason I'm going to watch and wait to see what the Knicks are going to do. And and they didn't win ever, okay? As a Knicks fan. In the 90s when the Knicks were good in 93, 94, 95, I thought the 2 chances that they had was when Michael Jordan retired. And they couldn't get over the hump when they went to the finals and they played the Rockets in 94. They couldn't get out of their own way. And I'm going to tell you this, now it doesn't matter about the sport. It doesn't matter about the players. I mean, it doesn't matter about the ownership. It doesn't matter about this. It doesn't matter about that. It matters about the players, the fantasy, the money that you're going to make on betting, the over-unders on how many 3-point shots they're going to hit, how many dunks they're going to have, or I don't know, how many assists, rebounds, whatever, each period, each quarter, each period, whatever the hell they're playing.
What quarter Jonte Porter's going to leave
How
the
many
game.
times they're going to get knocked out? I mean, seriously, and they probably know what's going to happen. Hey, listen, if I'm a professional boxer right now, and I haven't made more than 1.5 million, I'm 19-0 as a boxer. I've never been knocked down before in my life. And I have my best friend telling my best friend, you know what? I'm going to be knocked down in the 3rd round. I'm going to get hit with a right cross, and I'm going to be knocked down in the 3rd round. Bet every single penny I have in my account, or bet every single penny I give you 3-4 months ahead of time. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to transfer it into your account. And you're going to bet on that bet. Okay. And I'm going to get knocked down in the 3rd round. I'm going to get up and I'm going to win the fight, but I'm going to get knocked down from a nobody. Nobody even knows who this guy is. He's going to knock me down. And he gets knocked down in the 3rd round. And from, what was it? It was a plus 300. He doesn't get knocked down. And he puts what? $300,000 on it. How much money is that? How much money is that? I don't know. I'm not a betting man.
Last chance when he comes in. He'll do the math for us.
Too late for the math for me right now, man.
What happens if it was a plus 3,000 from a no-name guy? You're going to make a ton of money. A ton of money. Betting on that. And then you win the fight. Nobody even remembers that. Nobody gives a crap. Nobody cares that I just won. I just brought in $3 million.
Don't forget the guy's name next week.
$30 million off that bet. More money than I've ever made.
Yep, and you'll just forget the guy's name.
You know, the scariest thing to me is you see this Jonte Porter. You know, if you have to be a real NBA fan to know who he is, he's on a 2-way contract, meaning he's been up and down with the G League. You know, these guys are hanger-ons on the league. They're barely drafted. Think about football for a second. How many quarterbacks are undrafted types, but that are big players at their school? Yep. They get, some NIL money, but you got to imagine if they're not going to the NFL and there's real money at stake for these Division I, undrafted type quarterbacks, it's only a matter of time before something like this happens at the college level. And this can of worms that's been opened, you can't put it back now. I think it's really fascinating, how Vegas kind of caught this right away, how they just look at betting irregularities to try to figure out why they lost money. Obviously, they're not going to lose money. They're the casinos and everything. And they saw this real quick. But, they're going to, people are going to get wise to what the casinos do. It's going to be a game of trying to beat, the enforcement of the laws. You're just going to see this over and over and over again. Every story is going to be a weirder way that they escape being detected.
Well, Jonte Porter didn't hide it very well so far.
Might not be super bright, so But,
yeah, I wanted to get into that whole Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. I was waiting for the right time to get into it. And by the way, I don't know what's going on with Shawn Michaels. Hopefully, we can get him on the show.
Yeah, I asked him if he wants. He said he needs another hour. I asked him if he wants to come at 10. Otherwise, we could just try another time with him. I don't know.
We'll try another time. I hopefully we get Shawn Michaels on. I would love to know his opinion on obviously sports betting, this whole situation with the NFL, even in professional sports, because I'm sure he spoke about this on his show before, and also. When you see what's going on in professional baseball and professional basketball and football, two football players, even hockey players got caught recently.
Yep, Shane Benson.
Yeah, getting caught on betting on sports. Okay, so I just think that when you guys look at Pete Rose and see what Pete Rose has gone through from the MLB, and when Rob Manfred took over and he sat down with Pete Rose and he said that he'll never be a part of baseball in the MLB again. After Pete Rose, all he wanted to do was sit down and have a conversation with him and say that I've learned my lesson, or did he? And he came out and said, listen, sports betting is going to be legal around the world. He's going to be around the country in the next 5 to 10 years. Are you going to say that when other players are going to be doing it? Mm-hmm. And that's what you're seeing right now. Pete Rose is one of the greatest baseball players of all time. Okay. He's one of the biggest faces right now who's retired that's still alive in baseball, but has nothing to do with baseball. Baseball wants nothing to do with him. This guy is the greatest hitter to ever play in the MLB. Yes, he's better than Babe Ruth. Yes, he's better than Roger Maris. He's better than Ted Williams. He's better than, you name it, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle. You name it. All the top players, baseball players that we can name from years, decades and decades and decades of the sport. The greatest hitter of all time is Pete Rose. And he's never going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame until he's dead. If I was him, I'd be pissed off when these stories are coming out. These guys are Williams. He's betting on football. He's betting on whatever he's doing. What did he get suspended from the NFL?
Games.
6 games. Yeah. And he's still playing in the NFL. Shohei Ohtani, he says he knew nothing about this. Nothing about this. Yeah, okay. $4.5 million. You have all these accountants working in your working with all the money in the banks that you have, and he probably has 6-7 banks. And you're going to tell me you didn't know that your best friend and one of your closest friends as an interpreter, what, you didn't know that they were taking money from you? What a bag of rubbish, okay? What a bag of garbage. Because I'm going to tell you this right now. If the FBI investigates this and then pushes it to the side, which I believe they will, because baseball, and I know everybody says baseball doesn't pay this and baseball doesn't pay that. Whoever baseball and the FBI are working together, whoever is involved in the FBI and investigation, don't be surprised if there's money being pushed under the table to kind of push it away. Because I believe baseball knows that Shohei Ohtani is such a big selling machine over there in Los Angeles, as it's very Asian over there, and the jersey sales over there in Japan for the LA Dodgers. By the way, what is the most popular team right now in Japan? Besides the Yankees, for years, who's been it?
The Dodgers.
It's been the Dodgers.
The Dodgers forever.
Did anybody watch the Tom Selleck movie? Remember Mr. Baseball?
Oh, a long time ago.
Remember Mr. Baseball? Remember the team
that was over there? Yep.
I mean, come on, guys. Baseball knows that Shohei Ohtani is everything to the game. They are not going to suspend him, and they're not going to kick him out of the game, but they'll do it to Pete Rose because at the time, he was very unliked. Pete Rose didn't give a crap when he came out and said what he said. And baseball don't want to hear it from Pete Rose. Pete Rose is outlandishly crazy, and he says what he feels. And Shohei Ohtani is Japanese, and you can't even understand him. He has to go through an interpreter for you to understand what he is saying, okay?
Yeah.
So they know that he doesn't have to say much. They'll speak for him, and all he has to do is go out there and play baseball. And now Jonte Porter, who the hell is Jonte Porter? Who is he?
Michael Porter's brother.
That's it.
That's pretty much
He's Michael Porter's brother. No, that's all everybody knows of him. I mean, what is he averaging? 2 points a game? 1.5 points? I don't know. Let's go look at Jonte Porter's numbers as an NBA player right now. Jonte
he probably was
Porter.
a swing guy his whole career. I remember him in Missouri vaguely, like playing with his brother. That was,
playing with his brother, yeah.
But they weren't that good of a team either. I think they made the tournament once when he was there. That was that.
I'm trying to find his stats right now because I just want to see what his numbers are. Oh, I'm sorry. He's averaging 4.4 points a game, 3.2 rebounds a game, and 2.3 assists per game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fantastic player, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bet on him tonight. Oh, maybe he breaks 5 points. Oh, maybe he plays 20 minutes.
Maybe he plays 5 minutes.
Maybe he plays 2 minutes.
And fakes a cramp. Like
Fake.
LeBron did in the finals.
Maybe he has a basketball caught in his ass.
Well, that's what they're saying about him is he faked. So they said that he faked an eye injury in one of the 2 games that they caught him on. And like you look at the footage and he's like not even like really pretending like his eye hurts on the bench. And then there was another clip that I saw where he kind of like banks in a 3 and he does this like cringy face like he didn't mean to hit that shot. Type of shit. So it's really crazy that, he was so brazen about it. But again, this is the first of many we're going to hear like this. It's just going to get crazier.
I'm going to tell you this right now, Fish. Mark my words. This isn't the last time you hear it this year in professional sports. This is
the Shohei one's unbelievable.
No, it's not.
Did you watch Entourage?
Yeah.
Did you watch Entourage? I kept thinking that this guy's like his Turtle. If Turtle like broke bad and betrayed him. Like he was so close to him. If we're to believe Ohtani's story, that this guy is so close to him, he just implicitly trusted that whatever they were saying in English, he would translate it right. Whatever he said, he would translate it right. And he just was kept ignorant. And, with the language barrier, like he was completely taken advantage of, almost like to the level. And I think Mike Pinto brought it up, like Manti Te'o. Was duped in the catfish thing, back in the day in the college championship game era.
He's an idiot. He was duped as an idiot.
Really,
I mean, man, I disagree with Mike. I disagree with Mike because you can't compare Manti Te'o to what's going on right now with Shohei Ohtani. There's nothing being duped on this. Okay, we all know that it doesn't make any sense. And we all know that Shohei Ohtani knew something about this. And for anybody to sit there and say that he knew nothing about it, it was his best friend and his interpreter that he's been close with for 7-8 years that he's been interpreting for him, even in Japan. These guys were so close to him. You're going to honestly tell me he knew nothing about 4.5 million? I could understand 50,000, 100,000. That's nothing. That's pocket change to him. $4.5 million. And your accountants don't know anything about it. Your mother's not your accountant. You have professional accountants. That's all I'm going to say about that. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, I know they've been waiting. No West, but we do have your boy and our boy, Derek Mountaineer Mountain, and Chazzy, a.k.a. Horse Racing Mellow. Yes, I call him the Mellow Man. The Mellow Man. You like that, Speedy?
Ask him when he
I
comes down.
I don't know.
It's his nickname.
I don't know if he likes that.
We'll see.
Chazzy, I'm going to call him Chazzy Mellow. Because there are not days that he's mellow at all when he speaks.
Fair enough.
Okay, he's very loud and rambunctious. Okay, sometimes I wonder if he wants to bite my head off. That's why when we do Moneyline Mania, sometimes I kind of like back off and just let him talk. I just let him do it. I let him do it. Anyways, when we come back, let's parlay here on the Sports Loudmouth.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing? I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, and Sean Smith. He's hanging out at a basketball game. This guy is on, he's off, he disappears. I don't know what the hell happened to Sean Smith. Anyways, remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. What the hell happened to Chaz?
I don't know. He came back in, disappeared, then came back in, and then randomly disappeared. And I told him to come back in.
Oh, man. Chaz, I think he's taking a walk with his wife.
Maybe.
He's hanging out with his wife, but we do have Derek, Mountaineer Mountain. Derek, what's up, buddy?
Not too much. How's it going, guys?
Well, we're happy to have you on. I wish Wes was here because when you guys
Wes
come
texted
on,
me pics. He said he couldn't make it tonight.
Man, next week. Everybody loves when you guys are on, by the way.
Hey, Derek, it's funny. I was looking at your bracket because we had the group for the bracket challenge. Your Final Four was literally my logic Final Four. And then I'm like, nah, there has to be one underdog team. So I ran Texas instead of Creighton. And now Auburn's obviously out and Creighton's still in.
All right.
Yeah, that Auburn game, wow. I know they have young guards and the Ivy League's good in the tournament, but that was embarrassing. Them in Kentucky. That was crazy. But this tournament always produces, even though the round of 32 was all favorites. It'll make up for it this weekend, I'm sure.
I hope so. My 4 number ones are still in it, baby. I have them all going there. Purdue winning the national championship. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I've been calling it since 3 games into the season. I said, watch, Purdue's winning the national championship this year. And by the way, shout out to Keith. He was also a guy that said Purdue was going to win the national championship this year. They've never been in the Final Four. They've never been in the championship game. And this year, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to shut people up, ladies and gentlemen. As everybody knows, we call this segment every single week, Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
Ladies and gentlemen, no Wes, but we have Derek Mountaineer Mountain. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a new name for Chaz. We call him Chaz Mellow. Yes, because he's never mellow on this show. That's for sure. Very loud and crazy and rambunctious. And he's not fun.
I'm talking about a pot, calling a kettle black. Holy cow. Hey, listen, I gave you guys some time. I didn't want to just come on and right away, talk about how I'm kicking your ass in the bracket. That I didn't
kicking my ass. I'm doing pretty well.
All I know is if you're in our bracket, you're not doing as well as I am. That's all I know. If you're in our bracket that PD made, you're not doing as well as I am.
In the
That's
bracket.
all I know.
Still have UNC, Purdue, UConn.
So, Derek, how many of the 16 left do you have?
I think half or 9. Not great, but I have 3 Final Fours. I
have 12. So 12 is pretty good out of 16, right?
Speedy, where am I?
I thought you were 3rd when I last checked.
All right. Well, I'm doing pretty good.
I was only looking at the people above me. I really wasn't looking at the people below me. There was not much to do, so I moved on. No, I looked at the real bracket. I realized that, I'm getting my ass kicked in the real bracket, but here I'm winning. So.
And you were 9-1. I give you congratulations on that.
Yeah, no, I'm on a nice little run. Nice little run,
And
but the best part about it is on Saturday's show on the radio, we really did some good teaching too of how to what we did, Derek. I don't know if you heard the segment. I said these are the 3 teams, but here you got to understand that all they care about is getting to the next game. That's it. They don't care about the point spread. The coach don't care. The refs don't care. Nobody cares but the guys that are threatening the refs, right? Those guys care. And so we did a money line just in case. And what the money line said is if they all at least win the game, you know what? We make a couple bucks. We got to watch the game and we got a couple bucks in our pocket. And we swept the board, so it was pretty cool.
So
I do round robins. My round robin thing is I saw so many of my friends just always losing a game of a 3-teamer, always. And by doing the round robins, if I do, I get my money back. Not always. You get 90% of your money back. Not too many things in life you get 90% of your money back.
To update the bracket group, you are up by 20 points right now. Errol and Scoops are right now tied for second, and you 3 are running away with it right now.
It only matters really who you got to win, though, right? Because
so Chaz is in the lead with 460 points. His max points of what he can get is 1,700. Then you and Scoops are tied for second with 440, but you have more max points, 60.
Yeah, but at this point, really, you look at who they have to win it all, right? That's the thing.
Who am I? There it is.
Well,
there it is.
Yeah, everybody's got a 1 seed winning it all in some
but it doesn't matter what I'm saying, Petey. At this time in the bracket, if I'm ahead of you and we got the same guys, you're screwed. That's bottom line.
No, I know that. My final 4.
So I don't have it in front of me. It's pretty much everybody has a different team, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Derek has Houston, Derek, Wes, and Scoops all have Houston. You and Josh had UConn. Errol had Purdue, and I have Carolina.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. When it gets to the end, if you're behind somebody with the same winner, you're in a tough spot.
Yes.
So as long as you got a different winner, you're good.
Listen, I got Purdue. They're winning the whole thing, baby. They're taking it home, baby.
Actually, that's how I did my parlay, by the way. I gotta find it. What the hell I do with it?
By the way, Purdue is kicking ass right now. I mean, it hasn't even been close in any of these games, by the way. And now they have Gonzaga, and Gonzaga's looked really, really good too. I'm interested to see if Purdue can get through Gonzaga. If they get through Gonzaga, I think whoever wins that Creighton and Tennessee game, I think they roll right past them. So
I'm pretty sure did West end in his place?
West did text me some plays. Yes.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he likes Gonzaga. I'm telling you right now, the kid he was always a huge kid, but I always get him to be a good basketball player too, And when you got those 7-something guys and they put their hands up in the air, now they're 11-something. They just grab the ball so much easier. How many rebounds? He gets like 15 rebounds a half. This dude.
Unless you're 2019 Matt Harms and don't know how to rebound against Virginia.
By the way, for all the fans out there, the Knicks are up 111-80 against Toronto. They're crushing them. And by the way, Mitchell Robinson's back in the lineup, so that's good news for the New York Knicks. I mean, as soon as they get Randall and OG and Anunoby back, I mean, the Knicks could be very, very dangerous. They're not just beating teams now; they're demolishing them. So it's going to be fun. We'll see what happens in the playoffs.
So I'm going to let you guys know I'm doing 2 parlays tonight. I'm giving out. One of them is going to count for the show. One of them is I just thought if I've got Final Four people that I could put in there, my entire Final Four is here, right? So when I do that, that makes sense to me to bet it, because this way, if they get knocked out in the next round, I at least won my money. Don't get me wrong, all 4 of them got to win, but I got UConn playing North Carolina and Marquette playing Creighton. So I'm not, I was chalky up to them, but that's not chalky, right? That's a couple.
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little
couple
different.
ones, a 2 and a 3.
It's not as chalky as your hair is right now.
Hey, dude, I got here. Don't forget that. You know how many people say, "I wish I had your hair" to me? Quite often, actually. I get it more than once.
You look good with white hair. I got to give you
credit. It's not like I had any control of what hair it is. I just lived long enough. I got buddies that didn't live as long as me. We have no idea. We buried them. They had dark hair.
Okay.
So you're not going to dye your hair red if San Diego State wins the national championship?
Nah. You know what? Here's the thing. Let's get to our plays, because then we can cover and talk about a lot of things. And as you know, Derek, I write your plays down and bet them. So.
All right. So this is what we do. If everybody has not listened to this part of the show with Let's Parlay, they're going to Chaz and Derek are going to have their 3 top picks, and then they're gonna kick it with a parlay pick as their number 4. So you guys ready? Chaz, you're gonna go first. Derek, you're gonna go second.
Is Wes said get 4 too?
Yes.
Wes has 4. I'll read them after you guys do your.
Yeah. So when we do our loop, or how are we doing it?
I'll read them all at the end.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So this is what I got from my parlay. I said this Saturday. I said if this team wins, they cover. It's that simple. If they don't cover, they don't win the game. I think Arizona's going to win. Now I had Baylor beating Arizona, so I did not have, as I mentioned in my Final Four, I had Baylor beating Arizona. You know, when the team gets beat that you had beaten somebody, that's not a good part of it. That's the. I'm 12 out of 16 in the Sweet 16. This bracket is the one I think I got whacked on. So that's my first play. I got Arizona -7.5.
All right, Derek, give us your first pick.
I got 2 baseball picks with opening day tomorrow, and they are both delayed as of right now. The Mets game is postponed. The Phillies game is postponed. I got plays in both, so I will go to Queens. I am going to go against the Mets. I'm going with the Brewers money line. They're a short underdog. They were around +100 to a pick 'em. So if you could get them maybe at plus money, that's great. If you get them at a pick 'em, I still like them just because I think they have the better pitcher here. It's been nothing but bad buzz with the Brewers this offseason. They lost Corbin Burns to the Orioles in a trade, and they're kind of gutting their team. Brandon Woodruff is already out for the season, but Freddie Peralta is still an ace. He's still a guy that I want to back every 5th day if you're going to find the Brewers as an underdog, especially against a Mets team that is going through a little bit of a rebuild themselves, right? Jose Quintana is their opening day starter. It's not like they have a true ace out there to open the season now. I know Edwin Diaz is back, but this is still a lineup that has a lot of holes. This is still a Mets team that really has their sights on 2025 and beyond. And there's a Brewers offense that doesn't inspire a ton of confidence, but they're much better against lefties. They were top 12 in slugging percentage last year. You drop in Rhys Hoskins into this lineup against Quintana. It's still a pretty good bullpen, even without Devin Williams to start the year. So I will take the Brewers as a short underdog on now Friday.
All right, Chaz, give us your number 2.
All right, so Alabama's playing North Carolina. It's the highest total of the games of all the Sweet 16 round. It's not even close. Nobody else is in the 60s. They're in the 70s. Everybody else is in the 50s. And I've said this is a sports betting lesson 101. Bottom line is the lowest line on the board and the highest line on the board are stuck at that point because the house can't really move them much more, or they'll lose some action. And remember, the house's job is to get Derek to bet one team, me to bet the other team. They go out, smoke a cigarette, they come back in, they pay Derek or they pay me, and that's how it works, right? So I'm going with the over in the North Carolina-Alabama game.
Look who just popped in.
Oh, Wes.
Are you going to bring him in?
There it is. Wes, I thought I was going to have to read your plays, but you make a surprise appearance.
Well, your timing's pretty good, too. You just got to catch up one round.
It's not that I don't trust your reading. I just I found the time.
Found the time. All right, Wes. We just had Chaz give. Chaz, did you give us your second?
Yes, I did.
All right.
So just to recap, Wes, Arizona, I said if they win, they cover. And I think they're going to win. And then I said that Alabama and North Carolina is the highest lines on the board. It can't go much higher because then they lose some action. You saw Alabama put up 172 points, I think. Didn't they do something like that? So that's my second play, is the over in that game.
All right, Wes, give us your first play.
All right, the first play, I'm just going to go to a play on Saturday, and I'm just going to take the points on Gonzaga. I think that they're going to win outright. I think that we've seen Purdue stumble at times. They've been really hot in this tournament, but I think Gonzaga is in a really good spot when nobody expects them to be. When they come in as the number 1 seed, and they're just not as good of a team, but they played defensively just as good as any team in this tournament, and they can score points. Their pace and the amount of points per minute is up there with some of the better teams in the country. And you just got to look at that coach. I mean, I said it last week. I'll say it again. That is a coach that is, because of where they play, you have to really know the game to consider him one of the best in the game. So I'm taking 5.5 Gonzaga, but I'm probably going to have some money line on it because it's plus 190 for the past week. I've been doing, every NBA and every NHL play with the same way I do the futures, with a little bit of parlay on money line Gonzaga. Sorry, Errol, I'm not fading you.
Don't worry, it's okay. When
Well,
Purdue
no,
wins,
and it's not like he just said this for the first time in his life. He said this from the game last time they won, right?
Yep.
All right, Derek, give us your number 2. Then we'll have Wes give his number 2, and then we'll go back to Chaz.
I'll piggyback off that. I am taking Gonzaga with the points. I echo a lot of the same sentiments that Wes just touched on. Matt Painter, 1-5 against the spread, 1-5 straight up in the Sweet 16. I still think he's a great coach, but I think sometimes the lights are a little too bright for Purdue when they reach a certain point in the tournament. And look, these teams played each other in the first month of the year in Maui, and Gonzaga was leading after 35 minutes in this game. Graham Ike is a unique matchup for Zach Edey. Edey came in and he still had 25 points in that game, but it took him 17 shots to get there. Ike is 6'10". He's very athletic. He can get to his spots. He's a traditional back-to-the-basket guy, and just about any game he can create those shots towards the basket. But against Purdue, he took 6 threes in that game. He has 13 on the year. He had 6 in that game just to pull Edey out. He can't really do his post game against a guy like Edey. But he is so incredibly strong on the defensive end. I think he can make Edey work a little bit extra harder. He's still going to get his because he's so good. But I think he's a unique matchup, and he can pull him out to the 3. It's going to open up lanes for Anton Watson. It's going to open up lanes for Nolan Hickman, for Nebhart. So I'm going to trust Gonzaga. 5.5 points at this stage for a Mark Few team, just like Wes touched on. That's a lot of points. They got 3 days to prep here. I think it's going to be a back and forth game. I think it's going to be really, really good offense. I wouldn't be surprised if Gonzaga wins, but if they lose, I think it's going to be by 1 or 2 possessions. So I will take the 5.5 here.
All right, Wes, give us your number 2.
So I'm gonna stay with the Saturday plays, and I'm gonna look at the Bama and UNC game, and I am taking 4.5 points Bama. I think that Bama has a little bit more experience playing in these track meet type of games. The closest thing to an all-out track meet that UNC has had is way earlier in the season when they played against Tennessee, and Tennessee is not really the same type of team as Alabama. I think that Mark Sears is possibly the best player in this tournament. Or at least the best player that is not talked about, not named Zach Edey. But, Bama's field goal percentage from the perimeter, and they're pretty good at rebounding, but I really like them from the free throw line. I think that UNC, when it turns into a track meet type of game, they're going to commit fouls, and you do not want Bama on the line, whether it's Estrada or Sears. You just don't want them on the line. Playing against Alabama, in order to beat them, you have to be able to score 90 points. UNC can do it, but if you look at the amount of games and who they played in the games where they've scored 90 plus, it's just not the same type of offensive potency that Bama is. Bama can put themselves in odd spots and just come firing back. I don't know who wins the game, but I do know that I'm taking 4.5 points. And either it's close or Bama wins. Those are the shots that I got. If you're on the UNC side, the only thing that can happen is UNC win and cover. And then, just to look at line movement, there really wasn't any significant movement. The line moved in the right way. It opened at -4. 89% of the tickets are on UNC, and the line moved to -4.5. Now, at this stage of the game, I don't know that the line movement is the true indication, but at 89%, the line should move a lot more than a 0.5 point, and it didn't. So the house is totally comfortable to be on the Bama side. They're begging you to bet on UNC, and I just like Bama. I think that the SEC is better than the ACC in this tournament, and it's where I'm at.
All right, Chaz, give us your 3rd.
Well, I got to chime in because both these guys, know what they're talking about, so it always gets me going. But Isn't it? Don't you think it's going to be easier to beat a team like Purdue, where really their focus is that guy, and if it's out of sorts with that guy, they're not beating a lot of these other teams. Where that Sears kid, I think if you drop him on any team, give him like a week and a half, because he's a facilitator, he's a shooter. I mean, he does it all. He's fast. That was my thoughts. Okay. I'm on Marquette. I got him in the Final Four. I'm going to take him and roll with Marquette.
All right. So that's your third. Derek, give us your third.
I'm going to go with another underdog. I'm taking Illinois plus money to win against Iowa State tomorrow night. We're talking about really good players. I think Terrence Shannon Jr. has a really good argument to being the best guard left in this tournament. He's a do-it-all combo guard. I think he has a chance to sneak in the lottery, and he's starting to get his legs under him. He had a mid-year suspension with a pending assault charge that was essentially dropped. He comes back to the team. They struggled for about a month or so, and they really hit their stride in the Big Ten tournament. With him and Marcus Demas, the Southern Illinois transfer, they have a really, really good backcourt. I love Keyshawn Gilbert. I love Tamin Lipsey on Iowa State, but I don't think they're in the same class as these two. And when we get deep in these games, I trust teams that can really put the ball in the basket. The intensity is so high in these games. These teams that aren't the best defensive teams, like in Illinois, they're going to lock in a little bit more. The game's going to be slowed down. And we saw it with Houston. They had a really, really big scare. They had 45 free throws, Texas A&M. These Big 12 teams are really, really, really physical, and refs are calling them on it. Iowa State falls in the exact same realm, right? They give up a ton of threes. They're really physical in the interior. I think this is something that Shannon and Demas can exploit, especially Shannon. He's a really, really good slasher. I think he can get those guys in foul trouble. And I'm just going to trust the offense here. Plus money bet there, +2, +1.5. I'm going to take him to win outright. All right. Wes, give us your third.
So I am going to go to the Illinois and Iowa game, and I'm taking Illinois, Iowa State. I'm taking Iowa State, and I really like Illinois in this tournament because I really do. They're exciting to watch. Iowa State creates these really weird, slower pace, gritty grind, physical defense type of games. But what I think is going to be the trouble, and this is not a lot of points to laying 1.5 versus laying 2.5. I mean, that line movement happened probably because there is some good money on the Illinois side along with the tickets, but laying 1.5 feels like just a standard win. It almost feels like a pick 'em in basketball. But the way that Iowa defends, they don't beat you up tremendously off the boards. They're not like Houston, where if you miss your shot, you ain't getting that ball back. They steal the ball. They put you in odd positions to handle the ball poorly. And some of the size of the Illinois players almost welcomes that. And Iowa State is either second or third in the country in steals. And that's a very demeaning way to play against a team, is a team that can just steal the ball against you, then milk the clock and stuff at home. It's not always about the boards for Iowa State. So I think that laying the 1.5 here is a gift. Illinois has to score points. And I've said it about Illinois, and I said it about Baylor a couple weeks ago. This is a team that plays with their food. And I don't know that Iowa State is their food, but Illinois should be putting teams away early for the talent that they have and then letting those teams catch up. They don't do that. They put themselves in bad spots. When you put yourself down even 4 points against Iowa State, and you're probably not going to catch up, because now as you're going up for three, they're taking the ball before you even get into your shot. So Iowa State is a very unique defense for one of the top defenses in the country. They play it way different than some of the other top defensive teams. So I'm laying the 1.5. I think that this is an easy one.
All right, Chaz, give us your final pick of the night.
Okay, this is, for me, an easy one. Though it's the lowest total. It's the lowest total of the weekend. I don't believe that's how it's going to end up, but I'm going with the Cougars.
is going with the Cougars, ladies and gentlemen. In just a few moments, we're going to be talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy. So, all right, Derek, give us your final pick of the night.
I'm going to baseball. Again, this was delayed, so it's not going to happen till Friday now, but I'm going to back the Braves against my Phils at Citizens Bank. This one's easy. Usually counterintuitive to what I said earlier about the Brewers. I like to find underdogs with really, really good pitchers, and Zach Wheeler kind of fits that, but I'm going to make an exception for Spencer Strider and what he does against my Phillies. I mean, last year in 4 appearances, he had a 2.4 ERA, 38 strikeouts in 4 starts. The Phillies just do not match up well against these high strikeout, high swing and miss rate kind of pitchers, and Strider is the best in baseball at that. He led the league in strikeouts last year, and now he adds a curveball to his repertoire. He already had an elite fastball, an elite slider. He's added a third pitch that we've gotten a glimpse at spring training. If Strider stays healthy, he might touch 300 strikeouts this year. I mean, I'm going to be very high on Spencer Strider starts this year. They're minus 130 against the Phillies, which for Strider, that's a pretty short price. So I just think it's a really tough matchup for the Phils. They are notorious slow starters, especially with this Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber team. They kind of get their legs under them after 2 months. And then after the All-Star breaks, when you see their best baseball, that's when they look like the postseason Phils. But out the gate, they're going to coast. I mean, let's just call it what it is. So I'm going to back the Braves minus 130, minus 135 on Friday for opening day for them.
And now, Wes, give us your final pick of the night.
Yeah, so I am going to go against a team that really cashed well for me this past weekend, but I'm going to go against them. I am taking Tennessee, and I am going to lay the 2.5 points, and I'm happy to do it. When I look at Creighton's performance in their last game, they got all their points and all of their key statistics from 4 out of their 5 starters. They got almost no productivity from the bench. When you look at Tennessee, most recently and even 2 weeks ago, they're getting meaningful statistics and points off the bench, and that depth matters when you're in battles like this. We've seen overtime on a couple different occasions. We've seen double overtime. I mean, if you look at and I love Chaz's pick with the Houston Cougars. I don't think they'll get themselves in the same trouble that they did this past weekend, but they got themselves to where they were dying for that clock to run out because 4 out of their 5 starters had fouled out because they play so physical and they went into overtime. But when I look at Tennessee, I mean, they're getting meaningful rebounds. They're able to get 3-point attempts, valid 3-point attempts out of Cunningham off the bench. Weaver is coming off the bench for double-digit meaningful statistics. And if you just look at Creighton's last performance, it was just way too dependent on the starting 5. And they played a lot of minutes in that past game. We might see a very tired Creighton. And Tennessee is just flat out the better team. Tennessee, as far as the SEC goes, and it's broken record, but it is so weird that we're talking about the SEC not being able to play defense. But I think Tennessee, out of the teams in the SEC, maybe outside of Auburn, they play one of the better defenses, and they're all big body guys. So I'm happy to lay 2.5. I gave 2 dogs and 2 favorites, but Creighton just doesn't get enough productivity from the bench.
All right, boys. We love you guys. I couldn't believe Wes joined us. That was a surprise. I know Derek. Everybody loves you guys.
Us just to pick against Purdue.
I'm just telling you, everybody that reaches out to me, they're like, hopefully Wes and Derek, and they love Chaz. By the way, my friend Anthony loves Chaz, his personality and his craziness. So you're very loved.
And again, remember when you use adjectives like that, remember it's coming out of Errol's mouth. Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
I'm just kidding. By the way,
you know what? I like these guys because they win. The bottom line is, if you look at the winning percentage for the people that we have on the show, almost everybody, right? And there's GMF ain't here, and he's as good as anybody. The bottom line is, if you could have professionals that are getting paid big time bucks, and that's what they do, and they're flipping the coins, right?
No, not
they're 52% winners.
It's flipping the coin. You know, the burgers are good, by the way. By the way, somebody's phone is ringing up a storm over there. I don't know who. It's probably Wes. I'm gonna guess it's Wes. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Busy Man.
It is. It was, well, you know what it was? It was somebody sending me a message saying, "Hey, throw Petey the WSU
Petey,
shocker."
go ahead, show everybody.
Let's
Show us.
can we get a shocker, Petey? Let's go shots.
What is that?
My wife, who is a shocker alumni, is sitting like
I'm
3 feet
sure
away,
she's
and
a
so
shocker.
I'm
I
sure
like
she's
Wichita
enjoying
State. I'll support it. Don't
Speedy,
worry.
2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
I don't know.
it. No, you can't put 2 in anything. You just the thumb makes it okay.
The thumb makes it. I don't know about that.
You got a different
Anyways,
place to put the thumb.
A lot of different places. Anyways,
And
boys,
they're crossing over, so I think I'm out.
Always be
Always
cashing,
be
fellas.
cashing,
Have a
guys.
good
I
night.
appreciate you guys. We'll see you next week.
Keep winning, man.
All right, let's go to a very quick break. When we come back, I know they've been waiting. We really appreciate them. We haven't spoken to Braden for a pretty long time. It's been a long time. He was supposed to come to Long Island. I'm very upset at him for not showing up. But hey, maybe this year, it is the summer. He can come out here and we could show him a good time. When we come back, we will be talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy here on the Sports Loudmouth.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Ranger Station, Ranger speaking.
Hi, I'd like to report a bear hug.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, like, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
So it was him. Hey, guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at smokeybear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network. This is the Sports Loudmouth.
This is past their time. Actually, this is before their time. It's not past their time. It's before their
Before
time.
my time.
Yeah, it's before your time. I'm an old man. I have to be if I know this track. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. Remember, you go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith. I don't know what he's doing. He pops in, he pops out. I mean, I don't want to ask what his mom did before she gave birth to him.
No.
He's a pretty big man. I mean, that thing probably was like 15, 20 pounds when it popped out of her. Speedy, show him that little, show him the
What,
finger.
the Wichita State?
The Wichita State. I mean, guys, when you look at that, what does that remind you of? I mean, seriously, it doesn't look healthy. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't look healthy. Anyways, these guys are our first guest of the night. We were supposed to have Shawn Michaels on the show. He kind of got lost or, editing or something.
No, Braden, not the wrestler.
But he's actually a big YouTuber, and we were supposed to have him on. Hopefully we have him on next time. But we have these two guys, and we're very happy to have them. We haven't spoken to one of them in a pretty long time, and we're happy to have them. We're now talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy. Former. What the hell am I doing tonight? I'm losing my mind. Anyways, boys, what's up?
How's it going? Yeah, how's it going?
I want to give you guys credit because anybody that had to sit here and listen to, sports bettors, but those guys are dead on. By the way, you guys could have won some money. These three guys, they're usually 76% on this show, better than Vegas. So maybe if you check, you check. I don't want to tell you to do it. I want to get you in trouble.
Listening a little bit, so I got some little intel.
Don't tell your coach that I told you to do that. Right? I don't want to get in trouble here. Sports betting is not very good for professional athletes or soon to be professional athletes, as we were speaking about Shohei Ohtani and Jonte Porter, who is doing illegal things. But how are you boys doing? I mean, Braden, we haven't spoken to you in a while. I mean, the last time we had you on, I think it was like a year and a half.
About a year. We had him on with Sean Moore at the time.
Yeah. Everything's going good, man. Just we're in the off season now. We're kind of just working out. It's a little different this year since we didn't get to make it to the tournament. So little bad taste in my mouth. So I'm getting ready, getting better, so we can get back there next year.
Cameron, this is the first time we've had you on a show. How are you doing? Obviously, what did you guys were 15 and 17 this year, right?
Yeah.
How are you doing from a season? You fell short, but this is a new season with a new coach, so you gotta fall into line with the leadership over there. What are your thoughts in your first a season where you couldn't make the tournament?
I mean, it's all good. I think, in my opinion, it's just a learning experience for real. We learn from it. We just get better, and we just got to make the tournament next year. That's just in my opinion.
Yeah, for both of you, there's like some of the nuances that he did. I don't know, Cam, if you were on the roster last year with Tobin Anderson, who we also had on the week before we had Braden on last year. And I don't know if it was any difference with the coaching styles, even the nuances off the court. For both of you, what were some of the big differences?
I think we kind of tried to play similar play style. It's just this year, I feel like Coach Castleberry, he's more of like a relationship type of guy. So like he kind of values like how we are like day to day. Like he's like more of like a friend type of guy, like where you try to build a really strong relationship so that it's not just about the 4 years that we're here. It's about having that relationship for the rest of our lives. And which is something that like we didn't really have last year. Like Tobin was very demanding, which is also good. It's two different type of people, but two different type of ways to win. You know what I mean? So I think it's just an adjustment period, like you guys talked about with Castleberry. And I think we have a good group coming up this year too. So I think we can make a little run this year, and I think we'll be all right.
Recruiting and bringing in the right players to run your offense and your defense is so very important, as we've seen so many people. And there is a coach throughout the NCAA after getting knocked out just recently with Kentucky in John Calipari, where Kentucky fans are throwing him to the wolves. We need to get rid of him. I think he's owed $35 million, but there's nobody else that could fill in his shoes on what he does in recruiting. Now, tell us a little bit about your recruiting class this past year and going into next year, like you said, where there's a very good opportunity for you guys to take it to the next level.
Right. So we had a really good guard come in, Terrence Brown. Kid's really good, and he's just developing his game. He's getting better, and he's gaining confidence. He played a lot for us this year. He was a big part in the season this year. And then we got two other guys that I think are going to be really good, Jamil Morris and Davin Francis. Those two guys didn't play nearly as much, but this next season I feel like they're going to have to step up, kind of like how I did this year, like that, similar to how I was my freshman year. Like I didn't have a biggest role, but then my sophomore year I had to step up and like kind of play like the 6-man rule. And then hopefully this upcoming year I take another steps, get in the lineup, and then hopefully those guys are able to fill my role or even do it better than I did this past year and help us win more games.
Yeah, then we had Jake Warren. That was our backup big and everything. He did his thing this year. He was kind of learning and everything. So he'll be good for sure. He's got to keep working. He's going to have a bigger role next year, so we can be prepared.
So both of you with your position, Braden, you as a guard and Cam as a forward, what are some of the big positional differences you've seen with yourself, your playing style in college basketball is what you see watching even Power 5 teams watching in the NBA?
Definitely our conference, because our conference is like very small, because like our big dude in our conference like 6'5", 6'6", like my height. And we have to adjust a certain way. Like we think that we're the biggest team in our conference, but when we play other teams out of conference, it's very, very hard to play against them because they got 7-footers, they got size, more athletic. So it's a huge difference. We just have to really adjust to certain conferences and everything.
Yeah, for me, especially like being a guard at my size in this conference, I'm I'm a 6'3" guard, so I'm really big in our conference. Like we don't have a lot of like big, strong guards at the NEC level or at the low major level. So I have somewhat of an advantage. So I am able to like use that to my advantage. Like, and even my coaches are working on my game. Like we're working on me like posting up like smaller guards, like that way I can get easier buckets. But to like what Cam's point is, but then once you start getting to the mid major to the high major levels, like there's guards my height and even taller than me at that level. So it's whenever you like, even in the tournament last year when we played both teams, FAU and Purdue, you have to make that adjustment to be able to like, you just have to be grittier. And then like I feel like even in this year's tournament, I feel like the best team, the team that's going to win is going to be the team that's going to be the hardest playing, toughest team, just the way we kind of were last year. I feel like that's really important.
We are talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy. You were mentioning this tournament, and one of the teams that I was so high on was Purdue, a team that you beat last year as a 16 seed. And watching this year, obviously, what they've done, the size that they have, they're a better shooting team this year than they were last year. And I have them winning the whole thing. Purdue has never played in the Final Four. They've never been in the championship game. But for some reason, maybe because you guys aren't there, torturing them in that 116 game, I think Purdue could win the whole national championship. What are your thoughts to Purdue this year? What has made them different than when you played them last year?
In my opinion, I think they're more gritty this year. Like I said, before us and before North Texas and everybody, they said they had like a continuous losing streak when it comes to March Madness, and I feel like that boosted them up, gave them more confidence this year, going in saying we can play with anybody. We got to show who we are, and I think that's their biggest thing going there.
Yeah, to add off what Cam said, I just feel like after all those upsets, I feel like Coach Painter has done a great job. He's a great coach. Like I always loved watching his teams play, like even back whenever Carson Edwards was in college. But I feel like what Cam said, like the biggest thing is like, and even like Zach Edey, like listening to him talk after games, like they're very business-like this year. Like they have something to prove to everybody because there's a lot of people talking even about our game. Like everybody keeps thinking about last year, and they're just trying to get rid of it, almost like Virginia did whenever they ran it back and they won the national championship. So I definitely think they have a chance to win it. If they got it, they obviously have to shoot the ball well. They have Big Zach. He's a problem no matter what level he's in. They have the right components. It's the one thing that I'll be interested to see is if they make it in UConn plays. I like to see that matchup.
By the way, I have UConn and Purdue in the national championship. Just so everybody knows, you just said that. You might give me good luck.
It'll be a super good game.
You got me good luck right over here. So I have Braden and Cameron agreeing with me here. Speedy, you're wrong, Speedy.
Yeah, I have the reverse of the other one seeds. I have Carolina and Houston in the final.
I like Houston. I like Houston
too.
Houston's really good. Houston's really good basketball team. They play defense. I like defense wins championships. So I can agree with you too on that one.
And they play together. They play well together.
Yeah, I picked Houston last year and they lost in the Sweet 16. So.
Yeah.
It's funny.
They got great guard play though, and it's like everybody always says, great. Whoever has the best guards wins the tournament. So I think they have great guard play. I like LJ Cryer and I like Jamal Shed. So it'll be interesting. I feel like it's very like people always say like the tournament's never chalky. Like, but this year there's nothing lower than the 5 seed in the Sweet 16. Like it's going to be a lot of good games. It's going to be fun for the next couple weeks to see who can battle out and see who finishes first.
Yeah, it's 1-5, 1-6, 1-11. Everyone else is the top 4 seed. Right. And it's funny, it's interesting.
Yeah, I forgot about NC State. Big DJ Burns, that's my guy. I like him.
Yeah.
It's NC State, Clemson, and San Diego State are the only non-top 4 seeds.
Gotcha.
Right now, but even San Diego State was in the championship last year.
Right.
It's funny you mentioned the 2019 team, the Purdue team that blew it against Virginia, and Virginia after losing to a 16 seed like Purdue this year.
What are you trying to jinx my team? What are you doing here?
No. I'm telling him the redemption story aspect of it too. It was funny because
everybody has what is up with people having something against Purdue? I mean,
I'm explaining the.
It's sad, but here's the thing: did you not hear Wes take a shot at Purdue? Did you? That was his first pick, and so was Derek. Was Purdue was going to lose against Gonzaga? Oh, I can't wait until they win tomorrow. I can't wait.
Yeah, so I was mentioning it from the mindset of you guys being the 16 seed that beat the 1, and like UMBC the same kind of way was rooting for Virginia the year after that kind of thing happened. They were it's just the Sweet 16. All their players, all their social media was coming out. Was that the same kind of thing with your team? Are you rooting for Purdue now to do that redemption story?
I mean, it will definitely. That's definitely a story that I would love to be able to tell my kids that I beat a team that was filled with national champions. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. That'd be a pretty cool story for sure.
How about you, Cam?
I'm definitely rooting for them. Like I said, I think it's them an underdog, in my opinion, because people are saying certain things and they're backing up everything they're saying. So I definitely respect them. They're a great team, and I'm gonna stick by them for sure.
As everybody knows, we are talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy. It's crazy. Actually, we're posting up some video right now of them knocking off Purdue. And by the way, I was rooting for you guys last year. This year, before this season even started, I told Speedy I have something good's going to happen with Purdue this year. And then they were 4 games in. I told Speedy, I said, national championship, Purdue. And everybody says, oh, Purdue, they got knocked out by the 16th seed last year. They don't win. Their coach doesn't know how to win. They can't win the big game. And I said, I smell some money. I smell some money. So I put a couple of bucks on it. I did. I didn't tell you this. I put about like $75. I wasn't $100. I put $75 on Purdue. I think before the season started, I think they were a plus 1,500 or something like that. So if they win, I don't know what that equals, but I'm going to win some money on this. But something tells me this could be their year, at least to go to the Final Four. Then they got to deal with Houston. Okay, and I think I'm a Duke fan. I'm a Dookie, but we all know I'm not a John Shire fan. So anybody that listens to the show knows I've grown up a Duke fan since I was a kid, Bobby Hurley fan. I thought one of the Hurley brothers should have been coaching my team.
And now Bobby Hurley.
Shame on you, coach.
And now Bobby Hurley last week signed a contract extension with Arizona State.
There goes my chances of watching one of the Hurley brothers go
over. I want John Shire for 4 more years.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I want to throw up every time you mention that name, John Shire. But anyways, you guys, when you look at the NCAA and the transition of powers, and I mean the Big Ten, there are certain teams moving to the Big Ten and certain teams moving to the ACC. What are your thoughts to the transition of some of these teams going from one division and conference to the other?
For me, I think it's gonna make it. They're like the majority of the Power Fives are gonna be very like top heavy, in my opinion. You like you just said, like there's a bunch of teams from like the Pac-12 going into the Big Ten, or if they're dispersing into the Big 12. Like the Big 12 already has done it, and that conference is really good, like really, really good. They have like at least probably 9 or 10 teams that could probably make the tournament. But like just because you can't really, it's tough to just from one conference give them 10 automatic bids. So it's going to get really interesting to see like where all these teams go and like how many bids the NCAA committee is going to be willing to give to the certain conferences. That's what I'm interested in. And I'm going to put this down. I think I'm from Pittsburgh. The ACC needs more respect. Pitt should have been in the tournament this year.
I mean,
yeah.
I think it's interesting how like other teams are going in different conferences. I think actually making like viewing the game more better, because like it's making everybody compete at another level and it's making the games more interesting than it was before. Like you didn't see certain teams in certain like playing games or certain things like that. So changing it actually helps the game for real.
Yeah, Brady, you mentioned a good point too with the expansion that is rumored. They want to make it maybe 68 teams, maybe a little more. But I think the problem is the committee. Like they're still biased among certain conferences when they shouldn't be. And even some conferences like the A10 and the Mountain West getting better this year. Like, do you think as a whole, like maybe besides the Big 12 and the Big East and certain teams, like do you think the rest of the conferences are coming together where it's not just Power 5 either?
Right. No, I definitely agree with you. I don't a lot of people like in the basketball world say it's like really like Power 7 now. Like the Mountain West and the A10 are really good conferences. But it's so hard to pick. So I think the committee does a pretty good job, but like that Virginia team I thought struggled a lot this year. They couldn't really score. Like sometimes it's about like the eye test too. I think like like I thought Pitt or like Seton Hall should have been in the tournament just based on like watching them play. And like we even played Seton Hall. Like I said at the beginning of the year after we lost to them, like that's a tournament team. Like that team was really good. And then like watching Virginia, they play like a type of basketball nowadays that not a lot of people like to watch. If that somewhat makes sense. Like they play very slow, like fun, like not fun. Like everybody kind of plays fundamental, but like fundamental, like where like it's like jump, stop, pass. It's like it's not as fun to watch and it doesn't get as much views. So I think it'll be interesting. I think the biggest thing though that I heard somebody say was the non-conference scheduling is going to start to be more and more important to the committee because these conferences are becoming so loaded that it's going to be harder to like pick which teams are going to get the bid. So they're going to start relying more on like what your non-conference schedule is and like the wins you get in the non-conference. So it'll be interesting.
Cameron, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting in my opinion. It's a lot of schools that out of this season should have went to the tournament. Like I know a certain amount of bids this year and everything, but most of them teams that did very good this year should be in the tournament right now. And I think it would change the tournament a lot. Like certain teams like Pitt, Seton Hall, St. John's, teams like that, they would definitely made a run this year, in my opinion. What they did this year, coaching style, players, like they definitely earned a spot in the tournament. But they just didn't get it.
Let me tell you something about the committee, okay? I know you guys want to blow and you don't want to throw anybody under the bus with the committee. The committee is a bunch of idiots, okay? Know it all, think they know something more than everybody else. And I don't like that Pitino told his players not to go and play in that NIT. Okay. I don't like that, but I respect Pitino because Pitino is very strong personality. He goes out there and he speaks his piece to it. And he set something up. And now him doing this, a lot of people now, a lot of these different teams, they weren't the only team. Another team did it too. Because Oklahoma did it because they thought they were completely screwed out of the tournament. And that has something to do with the committee. It does. And by the way, those great committee guys that think they know more than everybody else, didn't they say the ACC is a horrible conference? And look at who's in the Sweet 16 right now. Am I wrong or right?
All four of them, yeah.
Which helps Braden's argument for Pitt.
It's ridiculous. And that's the committee because they think they're smarter than everybody else. Just like when you're watching the NCAA, college now in the tournament going to open up to 12 teams now?
For football, yeah.
For football next year. Right. And now after what happened to Florida State, and everybody says, well, Florida State got their butts reamed in by Georgia. Maybe because after they got screwed, they didn't even play. Half the defensive players didn't even play in that game. They didn't care because it meant nothing. And that's the facts. It doesn't matter what those guys, what those teams look like, whoever the quarterback is. It should be, hey, this was one of the best defensive teams in the country. I want to see this team play in the Final Four because they were one of the Final Four teams in the whole country. And that's the problem with these committees. They think they know more than everybody else. So what do you guys think? What do you think? I obviously know you don't want to throw yourself under the bus as you're a team that's going to be fighting for the tournament and the bracket next year. What are your thoughts to where, college basketball and these committees are deciding everybody's fate?
Personally, I think at the end of the day, like I agree with what you're saying, but I feel like the problem is this: nobody's ever gonna be kind of happy though with the decisions that they make at the end of the day, or like even if that's just to say like if I made the decisions, I know people would be mad that Pitt ended up making it, but let's say Virginia didn't make it, like some people would be upset with that. So like at the end of the day, there's good and bad to it. But I definitely agree with you, like especially like what you brought up with the football. Like Florida State should have been in the college football playoff 100%. They went 13-0. They won the ACC championship. No matter if their quarterback got hurt or not, like the players that were playing in those games matter, and they put the work in. It wasn't just one dude that ran the whole team. There's 11 dudes on the field. Like they 100% deserved. They put a lot of work in, and they definitely got hosed. So I agree with you on that one for sure, though.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you too. With the committee and everything, I think that it doesn't, in my opinion, it doesn't matter whether you have a winning record or if you didn't win a tournament or not. I think it's either did you play far into your tournament and how did you do in that tournament, and it should be set as can you compete at the next level. And I think everybody could compete in the March Madness level. It don't matter whether good, bad, or nothing. It showed Oakland did their thing, low name, made a name. It doesn't matter. It's like whoever you play, you're just gonna make a name for yourself. So that's my biggest thing. I don't think it matters whether or not you win a conference or not. It's just whether you just gonna put them give them a chance for real.
I think it's strength of schedule.
Well,
I mean,
it should be, and it should be on the same principles of it. The problem with the college football committee is they went away from principles they had for other years, and they just didn't do it for Florida State.
Those guys are a bunch of old guys sitting around in a round table eating hamburgers and hot dogs and Speedy sausages and just taking a guess and taking a gander. Oh, this is the best team. There's no reason why Alabama made it to the Final Four. Right. Okay. No way they should have. But everybody knew that Mr. Saban was going to retire as he came out during the season saying this could be the last year. And because of that, we're going to hand feed you. Here you go, Nick. Here you go. Here's your chance to win another national championship. It's a bunch of crap. Okay. That committee is a bunch of idiots. I know more than they do. And I don't even sit in front of a freaking camera half the time wondering if I ate a hamburger yesterday or ate a sausage today.
Yeah, and that leads
Speedy,
me.
you like that?
That leads me to my
like
next
the
question.
sausage.
Yeah, whatever. That leads me to my next question though. With what he's saying about the branding of like, oh, this is a big name reputation team like Virginia. I'm sure we're joking about it. They scored 14 points in the first half. I'm sure your team has never scored less than 14 points in that kind of thing, but in half of the first half. And then you also have teams though like Michigan that I think 2 years ago squeaked in as 11th seed. They made it to the Sweet 16, so I guess they earned it. But the process of it wasn't good. Where there were more deserving teams. Do you think that kind of issue is still going across the league too?
I mean, I 100% agree with you. I think the committee definitely bases it off of big names because you do need a fan base to watch the game. So I think that's part of it. Like at the end of the day, it comes down to like I agree with what Cam said. Like there's definitely teams at our level or in the mid-major level that can beat a lot of those teams that aren't very good. But at the end of the day, they also need people to be watching and like that's just like picking Virginia or us to go in the tournament. Let's say we win 30 games, but Virginia has 20 wins and they went to the second round ACC tournament. They're probably going to pick them over us just because their name and how many people watch them compared to how many people watch us every day. So
that was the Indiana State argument too. They were 29 wins. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I feel the same way what Bray said. It's not really. It's mainly about now if you have a big name or who like how you doing this year, but it's really should be based on how do you do compared to other schools and everything. Not because you have a big name, just be whether or not you could play at the next level or not. That's true.
You know what you got to do? You got to reach out to that girl Dunn from LSU, right? The gymnast, whatever reach out to her and her to promote you all over social media, and then there you go. That's all you got to do, ladies and gentlemen.
That is all you have to do nowadays. All it takes is one video to go viral, and everybody knows who you are. That's what it's my TikTok partner that we posted a TikTok last year, and I think it got like 1 million views in the tournament, and like we posted like 3 more while we were there, and it went completely viral.
It was like after games, after practices, we just had to do something to just make our name known, whether we was playing or not, just to make ourselves.
I gotta hire you guys to do my TikTok.
Nah,
I would sell. I mean, seriously, I don't know anything about the TikTok thing. I see people dancing and then these girls trying to sell themselves. They're like, oh, I'm looking for a man. I'm single. Yeah, good. And that's why you're not following anybody. You have like 1 million followers, you idiot girls. I know what you're all about. What's that other thing that the girls like sell their pictures? What's that? Only you or something?
Thing, yeah.
The only fan thing. You say, I don't even know what it is. You know, but some of these girls are making millions and millions of dollars.
Oh, the thing Le'Veon Bell's on now, OnlyFans.
Speedy, you always wanted to hang out and eat a corn dog with him. You like corn dogs?
Yes, I do, but it doesn't correlate with some stupid
You share a corn dog with him.
I'm not sharing a corn dog. If I'm going to eat a corn dog, I'm going to eat a corn dog.
You could do other things with a corn dog, too.
Thank you. Basic physics, everybody.
Basic physics. I wonder if it could fit between the cheeks.
You can test that if you care so much.
I don't. I want you to test it and you tell me. All right.
I don't care. I'm not being your guinea pig. If you want to find something out, do it yourself. I'm not your guinea pig.
Well, I can't. You see, I have problems over there. But if
you care so much, you'll tough it out. If you care so much about finding out this mind-blowing answer that you claim, you can do it yourself.
It is mind blowing, that's for sure. Show us your hand gesture.
You're back to the
Show everybody.
Back to the Wichita State.
What the hell is that?
How do you do that? This?
Just curl your
guys. Stare at it for a second.
Yeah,
Look at it for a second. What do you think he's trying to do?
So you curl your fourth finger down. You have it. You have it. I couldn't see your hand, Braden. I know you had it. You had it right.
Look at, he's a professional at doing it.
And then you have to. Well, no, Wes is the professional. Wes is the professional because he goes to all the Wichita State games. So if you guys ever play Wichita State in the future, you could see what. But Braden, you had it. Cam, I couldn't see your hand completely, but it looked like you had it You had it.
Listen, when you go and see your coach before the season starts, all you got to do is do the Speedy Petey.
It's Wichita State. Do you not? Did you not listen to Wes 3 weeks ago when he introduced us?
Coach, do this. Do this. Call a play on national television. What? He'll be like, what the hell is that?
Unless he has experience coaching Wichita State, which I'm not sure.
Unless he has experience hanging out with you.
It's Wes. Do you not pay attention? It wasn't me who invented this.
We are talking to Fairleigh Dickinson, guard, and Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy. Last question for me, and honestly, here it is, guys. What happened to you, Braden? We were going to take you out. We were going to show you a good time. Listen, I know you're busy. I know you had a new coach. You didn't want to really, bump into the craziness here on Long Island, but you guys should be coming out here. We'll show you a good time. We'll take you to a ferry. We'll take you to Fire Island. You guys are young, good looking. You don't know what you're going to bump into over there. I mean, seriously, you might find your future wife. I tell you, man, safe, be safe over there. I mean, be really safe. But what happened to you, man?
Nah, it's like you said. I just got really busy in the summertime. When we have summer session, we don't really get a lot of time off. Like we kind of have stuff going on every single day, so it was hard to find the time to go. And then the one weekend that I was going to be able to go was my birthday weekend that you guys were trying to get me to go to. And my family flew me home for the weekend. So
okay.
I got a little mixed up, but this upcoming summer, we were talking to Coach. I talked to Coach a little bit. We're gonna have some weekends off, so I should be able to come down. I'll definitely take you guys.
Tweedy, Mr. Tweedy, you bring out some of your boys. Come out for a day or so, maybe 2. We'll show you a good time. I'll take you. I take Speedy always out for his birthday. Take him out to Fire Island. We're not going to have him drink in the daytime because what do you do, Speedy?
Yeah, no, not in the daytime.
Tell him what you do.
It was bad.
He throws up everywhere, every time. Every time
I'm a
I take him
person,
out.
so my stomach adjusts to that.
No, it doesn't ever. I mean, you want to talk about somebody that throws up. Has anybody seen Problem Child? Ever see the kids throw up on that, that merry-go-round or whatever the hell that is? Yeah, that's Speedy, man. That guy.
And the funny thing is, I don't have that much motion sickness with roller coasters.
Boy, oh boy, man. I mean, Speedy told me I don't feel so good. He first said he's not going to throw up, and I was like, listen, if you're going to throw up, go to the garbage. Before you know it, you're sitting in like a VIP section, and it's all over the place, just guzzling out of his stomach. I'm like, what the hell did you eat?
No, I was dancing, and then it came out of nowhere.
Boy, oh boy, was he dancing.
I was just dancing.
That was too much liquid coming out. I was ducking and weaving. I wish I had an umbrella.
It was unexpected. Let's put it that way.
But we really appreciate the time. Thank you for waiting, guys. Braden, we'll reach out to you, Mr. Tweedy. Cameron, come out, come and hang out. We'll show you a good time on me, and we'll have a little bit of fun before your season starts and get ready for the NCAA bracket time, baby. Look at that, Speedy. They don't even have to say anything. One more time, Speedy. Show them the hand gesture.
One more time. I need it one more time. Yes, sir.
It is. There it goes. You got to slap it, guys. You got to slap it, He knows how to do that very well. Anyways, boys, thank you. Keep up the good work. We'll be speaking to you very, very soon.
Sounds awesome. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Cameron Tweedy and Braden Reynolds. Fantastic kids, as always. I'm rooting for them. I'm rooting for them. I root for them every single year, even against Purdue. All right. I had Purdue. Purdue this year is my winner. As long as they win, I can stick it where the sun doesn't shine to Wes. Okay.
Is that your
I just
goal?
want to, after they beat Gonzaga tomorrow, I am going to reach out to Wes and say, how about those apples? Okay. How about those apples? Because I believe they're going to beat Gonzaga. I do. All right, so let's finish up here. We got a couple more stories that we definitely need. Oh, I like that picture, Fish. I really do. I want to get into some of the stories that we have missed. And by the way, Speedy, I just want to say something. It's a shame we didn't get one of our guys on. Shout out to Shawn Michaels. I definitely he's not a wrestler. He wasn't Shawn Michaels, the wrestler, but hopefully we get him on in the near future. So the Diamondbacks signed Jordan Montgomery to a 1-year deal worth about $25 million. The deal would be $22.5 million if he pitches 18 starts and $25 million if he pitches 23 starts, and also features a player option for the second year. Montgomery had a career high of 3.2 ERA last season in 189 innings pitched and a 2.79 ERA when he was traded to the Rangers. Montgomery has a 2.63 ERA and 24 strikeouts in 6 career playoff starts and 8 career playoff appearances. Montgomery getting a 1-year deal made many MLB front offices question Scott Boras, who had many clients get shorter deals this offseason. Matt Chapman, Cody Bellinger, and Blake Snell were the other notable Boras clients that got contracts 3 years or less this offseason. I was very surprised that the New York Yankees or the New York Mets didn't go after Jordan Montgomery. Now, I don't think Jordan wanted to go to the Yankees, and I think the Yankees did reach out to Scott Boras on this situation, and he came out and said he would rather play for Texas than the New York Rangers. I mean, the New York Yankees. I said the New York Rangers, but hey, maybe he could go play hockey if he wants. But I will say this. When you look at the Yankees right now going into the season, I don't think that this team is too far off with this pitching staff. I don't. I think Marcus Stroman, even though he decided not to pitch opening day tomorrow, which he should have, he made himself look really, really bad. But against the Houston Astros, maybe because he felt like there would be too much pressure on him in game number 1 of the season. I don't know what it is, but it didn't make him look good. But Carlos Rodon has a lot to prove. I do believe, and Speedy, you do believe that was a good contract by the New York Yankees. I think he was a steal. He did not look good in year number 1. His velocity was down in preseason, in spring training. So a lot of people think that he might not be the same pitcher he was when he came from San Francisco or even Chicago. I disagree. I still think he has one of the best fastballs in baseball. Even if he throws 94, 95 this year, his four-seamer is probably the best strikeout pitch in all of baseball. And for the last 2 years, when he was a starter over there for the Giants and for the Chicago White Sox, it was one of the best pitches in all of baseball. One of the best strikeout pitchers, if not the best strikeout pitch in baseball. The problem right now is there's a lot of what ifs with the Yankees. I mean, could Schmidt pitch as well as he did in the second half, which he wasn't pitching well in the first half last season? Could obviously Marcus Stroman pitch 5.5 innings instead of 5 innings that the Yankees wanted him to pitch, bringing him in because they had a healthy Garrett Cole? When is Garrett Cole coming back? That's something that the Yankees need to figure out. And Nestor Cortez. I think Nestor is a big key for the Yankees this year. Nestor obviously didn't pitch as many innings over the last couple of seasons, coming from the bullpen and then becoming a starter for the New York Yankees. The Yankees need these left-handers to pitch very, very well, especially in Yankee Stadium where there's a short right porch. And also, you look at where the Yankees are right now, and they have a young pitcher coming back from a UCL tear in Gil. I'm sorry, Gil.
Louis Hill.
I say Hill, but it's Louis Hill, who looked really, really good in spring training. And he's a guy that could be a question for the New York Yankees. And he could make a statement. This is a guy that was pitching very, very well for the Yankees before he tore his UCL. And a guy that the Yankees are going to be depending on because they don't know when Garrett Cole's coming back. And they're not getting a pitcher right now, even when the season starts. So they got to depend on this pitching staff and this bullpen. If they can, and these guys last, when Garrett Cole comes back, when the trade deadline comes around, the Yankees could be put in the driver's seat. This lineup is one of the best in baseball. With Aaron Judge, if he can stay healthy, they need to make sure that they keep him healthy. I don't think you pitch him. I don't think you play him. If the Yankees have 6 games in a week or 5 games a week, I think you play him for three games out of the 5. Don't overdo it with him. Get him to play at least 140, 143 games. If the Yankees have him for 140, 143 games, this is going to be one of the best lineups in baseball. Soto doesn't really miss that many games. Last year, I think he played in 152, 153 games. So I expect Soto, obviously, this is a contract season. He wants to make a lot of money. This is a great place for him to do it in a short porch in Yankee Stadium for a left-handed bat, power bat. If he can play in the outfield, even subpar at best, this could be a really, really fun season for the Yankee lineup. And Giancarlo Stanton lost 20 pounds of muscle this offseason. He looks very healthy. If they can keep him healthy, and Verdugo is the player that the Yankees brought in from the Red Sox that was hitting over 300 in Yankee Stadium, the Yankees could be very deadly. This lineup could be very deadly. They don't need a great pitching staff. They just need to keep it under 4.
Yeah, I guess what the Yankees are banking on right now is a lot of these other younger players coming through for them. And you mentioned Heel. I was actually looking at our friend Nick Pollock's website, and he actually was mentioning some of the stuff with Heel and how much it's improved this spring training. And maybe that was a big reason.
How do you pronounce his name? Is Heel when it's G-I-L?
Yeah, it's Spanish, but that's how it is. Luis Heel. But
Luis Heel.
So I think that's what the Yankees are banking on, is they didn't want to have to spend for more veterans like we've seen them do in the past, trying to do these trial runs. They did it with James Paxton in that trade. They did it with Frankie Montez trading for a couple of years ago. That didn't work. Maybe they didn't want to go down that rabbit hole again. And we were talking about it with Jordan Montgomery. He had a sour ending with the Yankees. So that kind of thing wasn't going to work out. And when you look at the philosophy with baseball, with a lot of these teams bringing in these veteran pitchers, they're doing it on shorter deals now because they just don't want to have to deal with what the Rangers dealt with DeGrom. Now they won a World Series, so they made it work, but that kind of thing is not going to happen with every star pitcher that signs a 5-year deal. And the Diamondbacks are a young team, so they could take that kind of chance. Fish was just bringing up the graphic before. They signed Eduardo Rodriguez earlier in the offseason to a shorter deal, who had a good year with the Tigers last year. And now they signed Jordan Montgomery, which puts less pressure on a young kid in Brandon Pfaadt that was very good in the World Series for them last year and good in the second half of the season. All these other teams don't have that same kind of leeway, especially a team like the Yankees that have these other young players, other big contract expectations for these other guys.
The Yankees are not going to be about pitching this year. This is going to be about lineups and how their lineup is going to move forward this season with the power in the middle of the lineup that they're going to have. Torres is going to be a free agent at the end of the season. DJ LeMahieu, if he can stay healthy. I mean, could be as deadly of a lineup in any team in baseball. I mean, everybody keeps talking about the Dodgers lineup. Who's better than the Yankees? I mean, in the middle of the lineup, really 1 through 5 could be the best 1 through 5 in baseball. I mean, you look at the Braves, you want to compare the Braves and what they have with Acuna and Albies.
Yeah.
I mean, and then you want to look at the Dodgers, what they have with Ohtani and Friedman and Betts. That's fine. But the Yankees, from 1 to 5, this could be as deadly of a lineup. This lineup, if you look at it, Volpe, now Volpe is not going to be the leadoff hitter early this season.
This guy gets his on-base percentage.
Yes. Yeah. This guy can hit 30 home runs. This guy could steal 30 bases every single season. He's a Gold Glove defensive player. If you put him at number 1, and even DJ LeMahieu at number 1, and he hits close to 300, even close to 300 with the power that he has, then you have Aaron Judge. If he stays healthy, plays 143 games, that's 45 or more home runs and 120 RBIs. You have a guy like Soto in the middle of this lineup with the power that he has around him. You have Juan Soto there, who can hit 50 home runs and 140 RBIs. And then Giancarlo Stanton, who had a bad season last year. If he hits 30 and 100, that's a great season. And then Verdugo right behind him. I mean, Verdugo, we see what he does. He hits very well in Yankee Stadium. Another left-handed power. The Yankees hasn't had 2 left-handed power bats like this in a very long time in their lineup. So this is what Brian Cashman is looking for. This is what Brian Cashman wanted to do. He wanted to do righty-lefty, righty-lefty, or lefty, righty-lefty, righty. He has the lineup now to be successful. Now, they just got to figure out what this pitching staff is. And usually when we look at the Yankees pitching staff and everybody says, I don't think this pitching staff is going to be good, they're amongst the league's top 10. So I think that this pitching staff is a lot better than people think. I want to bring Fish in because I think, am I not mistaken that Fish is a Yankee fan?
He is a Yankee fan.
Fish, what are your thoughts?
Oh,
to
you
the
better
Yankees?
believe it. So here's the thing. I completely agree with you as far as it's not going to be about the pitching. With Garrett Cole, do they have a top 10 staff in the league with Cole? He might be the only reason they would be, and it would be that fringe 10, with Rodon not performing up to contract, even close so far. When we've seen him, he had that weird, you remember Julius Randle kind of was yelling at Knicks fans a couple of years ago. Rodon was kind of doing that last year when he came back and pitched. I don't even think he got a guy out in his outing. And it was one of the most huge embarrassment. That guy was supposed to be Cy Young level. Maybe he can be, but the reports in spring are not looking great for Rodon. Very uneven, getting hit a lot, fastball 91. That's not the guy that we were hoping to get. So it's got to be, the old school Giambi Yankees just outmash people. And
Who's starting tomorrow? Is it Rodon? Is it Rodon
No,
starting?
I think it's Nestor is supposed to start the season.
So Nestor's starting the season. Who's pitching game 2? Speedy, find out what's the rotation going to be.
Rodon was going to go second.
All right, so Rodon, if Nestor don't pitch well tomorrow, I want to see Rodon go out. I'm not worried about Carlos Rodon. Okay, I think a lot of people he came out and said it. He came out in spring training and said, "This is spring training." Okay, I don't have to throw my hardest. He says, "Am I concerned about my velocity? A little bit." But he said, "I'm confident that my other pitchers are going to keep me square, and I still think I'm a dominant pitcher in this league." He came out and said it. He's not worried about it. Now, he did have shoulder surgery, and he's not 100% healthy over the last 2 or 3 years. So we have to see what Rodon is and what he's capable of doing. But I still think that even if Rodon is pitching at 3.50, his ERA is 3.50, and his whip is closer to 1. I think that's a good enough season to me. $27 million for a left-handed pitcher. He's just got to find himself. He's got to locate his pitches. That's a good pitcher. I mean, if you look at CC Sabathia, he didn't throw hard for 3 or 4 years. He was a consistent pitcher for the New York Yankees. That's all you need to do is be consistent. If you do that, you can win ball games, and the Yankees have the lineup to do that.
Keith said his velocity picked up at the end of spring training, though, which is definitely encouraging.
Yes, and I think he's already come out and said that spring training means nothing when it comes to the regular season. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Mark my words on this. Carlos Rodon, in his first 10 starts, he is going to win at least 6 games. Remember, I said this. He will win at least 6 games in his first 10 starts. He is a good pitcher. He's a left-handed pitcher. And in Yankee Stadium, the Yankees need that. I think Carlos Rodon is a good pitcher if he can stay healthy, and no excuses for Carlos. Carlos Rodon has to stop making excuses after a bad start. Well, I'm not the same. I'm not 100% healthy. Stop it. Go out there and earn your money. And I think he's capable of doing that. And his off-speed stuff maybe is not as good as his hard velocity kind of stuff, but he could still throw a changeup. We've seen him throw his changeup. And the way he throws the ball, it's so misjudged on the way it releases out of his hands. So it looks like it's coming out as a changeup, but it's really coming up as a fastball. So I think he's still a great pitcher. I think I want him to prove a lot of people wrong. Okay, the Jeffs of the world, the Snugs of the world, and all the idiots out there all over social media saying
he was Carl Pavano.
He could shove the ball up Josh's ass as well. So
if Rodon wins 6 of those games, it's going to have a lot to do with the guy you brought up a second ago, and that's Giancarlo Stanton. He is really the X factor for the Yankees right now. We know Soto's in a contract year. He's going to be big. We think Volpe is going to step it up a little bit in year 2. And we know Judge, even if he's only 90% with the foot, that's still, 90% of 62 home runs is like 50 home runs anyway, right? So we're pretty happy with all of that. The thing about that I'm fascinated with is they say he lost 20 pounds of muscle because he has no fat on his body.
No.
Now, to me, it reminded me, and I'm a big WWE fan. You said the name Shawn Michaels a bunch of times tonight because you're supposed to have him on. But the wrestler Shawn Michaels famously, carried around like 225, 230 in the 90s, had a bad back, and then was able to wrestle another 15 years in his late 30s into his 40s because he dropped down to 190. Around there. And it was because as you get older, and I mean, Errol, as well, it's harder to keep the big muscle, big bulky muscle, the powerlifting muscle on, and keep your back all right. And then baseball with all the torque on your back. Maybe this is what Stanton needed to do. Maybe lift weights like a soccer player. Maybe that's what he was doing. Get the wiry muscles as opposed to, this bulky football player look that he's had. If that's all it needed to be, I mean, it says a lot about, kind of fitness in baseball and what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing, but also
Just
it
don't
could
do
be
a Noah
a
Syndergaard
huge
thing.
shot in the arm. Yeah,
Just
don't do
Noah
the
Syndergaard.
Syndergaard thing.
Trevor Bauer faced the Yankees pitching for a Mexican baseball team in an exhibition game Sunday during spring training. Bauer pitched 3 scoreless innings, allowing 4 hits, 3 walks, and strikeout 2. Bauer's fastball was still in the 96 to 98 mile per range. Former ESPN reporter Britt McHenry said that another woman sent her a direct message explaining what she went through with Bauer years ago. Lindsey Hill, the first woman to accuse Bauer of sexual assault, also tweeted that she heard from inside sources from the MLB knows of multiple women who gave gruesome sex tapes that Bauer filmed himself. Hill and Bauer have settled on a civil lawsuit last year, but there was no court ruling on the matter. First of all, innocent until proven guilty. And sexual content in tapes, okay, they had sexual content in tapes. If they had all that information, why was he convicted? Why wasn't he convicted? Those are the facts right now. Now, I'm not saying he was right for what he did, and I'm sure some of these stories are to be true, okay? But maybe they wanted it. I'm just saying, by the way, Britt McHenry seems like a very attractive woman. But you're not going to sit here and ruin a guy's career. I think the MLB, for all these years, all these different guys that have done so many bad things on and off the court, why is Domingo Germán still in the game? Why is Aroldis Chapman still in the game? Why is it okay for what they did? I mean, Aroldis Chapman shot a gun, went through how many walls, and almost killed. I mean, it didn't hit his girlfriend or his wife, but hey, I mean, that's abuse. That's domestic. That's domestic violence. I mean, why is he still playing in baseball? I mean, how many people have to, stand out for baseball to drop the hammer on them?
Mike Clevenger, too, what he did to his child.
I'm going to tell you why Trevor Bauer is not playing in baseball, because every single person hates him because he was so honest. Nobody liked him because he was very, very honest. In the locker room, nobody wanted to interview him because he didn't give a crap. How about when he threw the ball all the way out into the outfield after, Francona comes out and tells him to get out of the game? I mean, his personality is very raw, okay? He's a raw person. There's no question that he is. But you respect people like that. You respect a guy that has the emphasis and the passion that he has when it comes to baseball. This guy never is injured. Never, ever is injured. He has the science really down. How many guys have we seen gone to his camp, his pitching camp in the offseason, saying that Trevor Bauer is a master of the pitching world, velocity-wise, understanding how to keep you in the game of baseball, training the arm and the shoulder and the elbow. He's never had UCL surgery. He's never had shoulder surgery. I wonder why. Because of his science, him and his father's science. This guy is an economic major. This guy is a science, biology, I think not a chemistry major. I mean, this guy is so smart, so mathematically smart. Why are people hating on this guy? Now, is he a nice guy? Probably not. How many not nice guys are in professional sports? Okay? Honest to God. I mean, the whole Tiki Barber thing and Saquon Barkley, as Tiki was on WFAN today, kissing Saquon's butt after Evan Roberts, a.k.a. Evan Roberts, coming out and saying, shame on Jason Kelsey sticking up for Tiki, saying he was right, and then all of a sudden taking Saquon Barkley after he was on the New Heights show. I mean, it's crazy. Everybody, there are bad guys in professional sports, okay? It's about athletics. It's about talent. That's what it is. If it's innocent until proven guilty, he was never guilty. The Supreme Court, everybody, he was in a court system. Yeah, he paid off. I think he paid off Lindsey Hill. I think that's what he did with the civil suit.
You would have to think.
Yeah, whatever. He paid her off. So did Greg Hardy. Did he play in the NFL again? Yeah, he got a 4-year deal from the Cowboys. Okay? And he almost killed his girl. Bauer never killed his girlfriend or the girl that he was screwing around with. He never killed her. And who's to say she didn't want it? Nobody knows. All they have is video. All he's got is video. And if the video is so damn bad, why isn't he in jail?
Yeah, the multiple videos are what I'm curious on with Rob Manfred, because Rob Manfred is shady.
Oh, that's another guy.
That's another one I'm not going to trust at the moment.
Who
You're
knows?
right.
He might have a sex scandal by the time he's done.
Yeah, at this rate, it's not looking good for him either, especially the way they handled Clevenger last year, not even disciplining him at all. I think they only just fined him, and that was it. And then he's still pitching with the White Sox. I think what he did was worse than what Bauer did that we know of. Now, if Lindsey Hill and Britt McHenry are saying that there's multiple videos that haven't come out yet, maybe there was more to it, then maybe you could do it. But again, if Hill settled civilly right now, I don't know if she's like the most reliable source with that kind of thing. Maybe she is. I don't know with these multiple things. The quantity of it is what's going to add up, not in Bauer's favor. But like you were saying, like, why is Aroldis Chapman still in baseball?
Nobody's saying he's a bad guy. Nobody's saying he's a good guy.
Yeah, I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt of being a good guy right
Nobody's
now.
saying any of this.
Yeah, I'm not going to go that far yet, but even so, like you said, Aroldis Chapman and Domingo Germán are
That's
still
just
on the
two
board,
guys.
and Clevenger's the worst one of all, and he's still on the White Sox.
That's just two guys that we mentioned. There are other guys. There are football players that never played football again. But Kareem Hunt, who kicked a girl on a video, oh, he's in the NFL. Why is he in the NFL? Ray Rice, who's been apologetic ever since he did, by the way, to his wife, now wife, it was his girlfriend at the time. He knocked out his girlfriend in an elevator because it was a video, ruined his career. He never stepped on a football field again. But hey, Kareem Hunt kicked out, you kicked a girl, and he's playing in the NFL. How is that fair? Okay, just same thing. What's going on with Shohei Ohtani and what's his name again? I'm sorry, Pete Rose. I mean, this is a problem right now. You can't do one and not do to the other.
Right.
And Trevor Bauer still has a lot of baseball left. He's a great pitcher. He is a great pitcher, and he deserves another chance. Everybody deserves another chance. Maybe you don't like him. Hey, I might not like him. But I love the way he pitches. I love what I've heard from so many different pitchers that have gone to his camp. And we've heard from at least two of them that have been to the camp and said that Trevor Bauer is a nice guy. He's a good dude. Maybe he's not to women. I don't know. I'm not hanging out in his bedroom.
Yeah, I wonder too, like if what you were saying is him being so outspoken, him being so like, oh, I'm going to throw out all these random statements, these random hot takes. Is that kind of thing also considered a distraction based on what happened with the Dodgers before that? Because even that offseason, it was really the Dodgers and the Mets were the only team that were really bidding for him because he won a Cy Young in a shortened season. So that didn't help him as it was. Plus all the other stuff, the drone incident.
Is it physical abuse if he smacked the hell out of me for just, because I tell him, hey, you know what, Trevor, just smack the crap out of me. I'll pull down my pants. You can give me a nice ass beating. Okay. Does that make him abusive to me because I told him to do it? I mean, seriously, I don't know what Britt McHenry told him at the time they were having sex. Okay. I don't know. Maybe she likes her hair pulled. Maybe she likes to be smacked in the back of the head. I don't know. I don't know what goes on behind closed doors. But what I do know is this guy, and I'm not saying poor Trevor Bauer, because I'm not going to say that. I will not say that. But this guy who has not been proven guilty for anything that he has done, not at all. How is this guy not signed by a baseball team? How are the Yankees, the Mets, teams that are looking for pitchers? Well, you don't even have to pay him that much. And by the way, the Dodgers still are paying this guy millions and millions of dollars while he's playing in the Mexican League and his ERA is under 2, and he's playing against former baseball players.
Right.
Okay. To me, it's disrespectful. It's ridiculous. And I think that a team should give him another chance. I know it's going to be a lot of backlash. I know a lot of women rights organizations are going to attack him as well as they should. But if he goes out there and plays well and he speaks out to the public that he's very apologetic, he deserves a second chance. Yeah, everybody does.
I'm not going to give him necessarily all the benefit of the doubts that you wouldn't want to say, but everyone else is getting it with like doing it worse. Like suspend them all the same. We were talking about it with the betting thing too. Suspend them all the same. Discipline them. Set a precedent all the same. Do it for Aroldis Chapman. I mean, his instances were years ago, fine, but do it for Aroldis Chapman at the time. They did it for Herman for half the season at the time. Do that same kind of thing for Clevenger. Like that kind of thing should be set in stone and make it happen. Rob Manfred. And I think that's the main problem that's getting thrown under the rug. You're going to blacklist one guy, Trevor Bauer, when these other guys that have been doing it, I'm sure there's others that haven't even been caught yet for that kind of thing. And it just makes not a lot of sense. Now, multiple things could add up, and I think maybe that's what's hurting him the most, but and I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but discipline them all the same.
Fish, what do you think?
It's really perplexing that he hasn't been getting any bites at all from all these, pitcher needing teams. He was the MVP over in Japan last year. He, obviously it's different competition, but the guy had a 2.5 ERA and 160 strikeouts and less than that amount of innings. He's over 10 strikeouts, per 9. Like that's the type of guy that's an ace. You look through up and down all these pitching stats that we're talking about. He's better than every guy that was available this offseason. He's better than Snell. I don't think it's even particularly close. He's done it for many years in a row compared to Snell. Snell's like twice in 8 years, and the other years were very uneven at best, and hasn't stayed healthy. This guy was Cy Young as well. This guy can do it all. Now, if he's not getting these bites, it makes you wonder what's kind of being hush-hushed right now.
Rob Manfred.
Maybe this Brett McKenna. Yeah, well, I mean, that's how he likes to handle the MLB. In a couple of years, maybe it'll be more transparent. But you would imagine it must be really bad if a team like the Yankees that could have used a guy like him for sure, and it wouldn't cost him a lot because, like you said, he's being paid by the Dodgers, and that's not going to be a full Russell Wilson situation. It's very different economically compared to the NFL, but it wouldn't cost him like his full price, that's for sure. And the Yankees are in a luxury tax, but that's a guy that you take a chance on if you think he's going to be cleared and he's not going to get suspended again. Look, you said it already. Chapman fired a gun in anger into the wall, unleashed a clip, because he was so angry at his wife, and she was like in the next room with her friends. That's out of control, and he missed like 30 games or a month or two or something like that.
Yeah.
If that's what the punishment is for something that's that aggressively bad, he would have had to do something 5 times worse, to justify this kind of suspension when the charges have been dropped, since October.
I don't understand it. And Rob Manfred is a real piece of work. I mean, this guy, since he's taken over for the MLB for Bud Selig, another joke of a commissioner of professional sports.
Looks like an angel compared to Manfred.
I mean, he was a used car salesman that took over for baseball. I mean, it's a joke, and he's in the Hall of Fame, and George Steinbrenner isn't. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's baseball for you, Rob Manfred.
No, it's the Hall of Fake.
No, yeah, that's what it is, and that's what I believe. That it's the Hall of Fake, and these writers don't know what the hell they're doing. They want to kiss his ass. I'm not kissing his ass, and I'm not going to kiss Rob Manfred's ass. He's an idiot. And baseball is sitting here. I do believe the reason why certain guys are not in the Hall of Fame is because of Bud Selig and Rob Manfred. As Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. Roger Clemens should be in the Hall of Fame. Alex Rodriguez should be in the Hall of Fame. You want to put an asterisk on their name? Fine, do it. They're still the greatest of their era, and it's ridiculous. And Trevor Bauer right now, you're right. Fish, you're absolutely right. Trevor Bauer right now would be a top 10 pitcher right now in the majors. He would be absolutely a top 10. And Japan is not an easy place to play. I mean, how many times has Japan won the World Baseball Classic in the last 5 times it's been played? 3? I think they won 3 times. I mean, some of the best players in the world play in Japan. I mean, just because and I know what everybody's going to say. Well, what happened? What happened to Yamamoto in his first pitching experience in the major leagues?
Small sample size.
It's a small sample size. I don't think he's going to be any good. I think teams understand. I think teams are studying him because he got $325 million. I think there's a lot of pressure on him to show that he's worth the money. And Masahiro Tanaka proved himself, his first year, and then he was a good playoff pitcher for the New York Yankees. We'll see what Yamamoto is this year in a full season for baseball. But again, I said the same thing about Senga. I want to see him in his sophomore year. I knew he was going to be a great pitcher last year. So I just think there's a lot of questions, and I think that there's nothing that should be questioned about Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer should have a job right now. Somebody should give him a chance. I think he deserves it. That doesn't mean he's not a good guy or a bad guy or a great guy. I mean, he's doing the Conor McGregor right now off the field right there, as you can see in Cincinnati. We all know the type of person that he's a cocky SOB. We know what he is. And I'm not saying he's a good person to women. I never said that. All right. But I will say everybody deserves a second chance. And if Rob Manfred is going to give Aroldis Chapman and a Domingo Herman, who's not been, it's not one time he's been caught for domestic violence. There was 2 times he was caught for domestic violence, and he's still in the major leagues. Okay. Who was a relief pitcher? Rodriguez, who was a relief pitcher for the New York Mets. He beat up his wife's father in the bullpen. Okay. Yep. In the bullpen in front of the press. And it came out. Why did he get another chance to pitch in baseball?
To like 3 different teams.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I understand it's a woman, but if he was really that bad, why was he convicted? Why was everything thrown out? And stop saying that he paid, because there was numerous amount of women that have said that he's done this, and there's video of it. Why did they press charges on him? Because there is proof in text messages that they asked him to do it. So, I mean, it's all about money. It's all about millions. Everybody knows he's a millionaire and all that other stuff. Money talks, and you know what walks, okay? And it's unfortunate what happened to him. I hope a team in baseball just says, I'm going to take a shot with him, sits down and has a conversation with him and gives him a chance. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. Trevor Bauer might never pitch in the major leagues again. It's a shame what's happened to this kid. And it's sad. It's sad. He was the MVP, like you said. He was the MVP of Japan last year. In Japan, Yamamoto was in Japan. He was a better pitcher than Yamamoto, who got $325 million.
And both are paying a lot of money by the Dodgers.
That's true too. They're both getting paid by the Dodgers. So congratulations.
And he's only 33. You know, he's still got a bunch of years left. Like, you can give that guy a 4-year deal. He's only 37 at the end of that deal. You know, maybe he's starting to fall off at that point, but that's a long time.
Not a power pitcher. That's the crazy thing.
Right.
And people forget his best pitch is his curveball. His changeup and a curveball are almost unhittable. They're unhittable. Everybody keeps talking about him throwing 96, 98. He doesn't have to throw that hard. Jacob deGrom don't have to throw that hard. If you have 2 off-speed pitches as good as those, you could pitch in the majors for another 5, 6, 7 years. And he has, I'm telling you right now, go ask anybody. He's the best. He had a top 3, top 4 curveball in the league, and changeup wise top 5. I mean, that's how good he is. And his off-speed stuff is just as good as his power stuff. It's, like I said, it's a shame. It's a shame. And we'll see what happens moving forward. I think that he's going to be shafted and screwed. And that has a lot to do. Maybe when Rob Manfred part ways after 2025, at the age of 35, we'll see Trevor Bauer back in the league. And if this Shohei Ohtani story is to be true, I think Pete Rose should absolutely drop the hammer on the MLB. I really do. If this story is to be true, Pete Rose, who's been thrown out of baseball for over 30 years away from baseball, that he couldn't be a part of the game of baseball at those all-star games and all that other stuff. It's just an absolute shame. I think Pete Rose should drop the hammer on him, sue them for $200-300 million. He'll probably settle with them and he won't have to sign another ball again.
Pete Rose for commissioner. Let's make it happen.
Anyways, it's been a great show. It's a shame that we didn't get Shawn Michaels on the show. I mean, maybe he's out there wrestling or doing something. Maybe. By the way, I mean, Sean Smith comes on. He takes shots at me, and he disappears off the face of the earth. And listen, he could say whatever he wants. He finally came up with something new tonight, okay? Something new, not Jersey Shore. He called me something else. What did he call me? I forgot what he called me, but he said something. But finally...
McAfee.
What is he?
I threw it in on the graphic.
Pat McAfee.
McAfee.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I've been doing this longer than Pat McAfee. Figure that one out. I'm the fake Pat McAfee, and I've been doing it longer than him. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know where Sean's been. Hey, Sean, just a question. Who asked who to come on whose show? That's right. I forgot. The fake Pat McAfee, me. Okay, so I'm just speaking the truth, baby. I call him a baby because he is a crybaby. So there you go. Anyways, thank you. Obviously, hopefully we get Shawn Michaels on. And guys, if you haven't checked him out, go to at NFL Mike on YouTube. Mike, I just want to give you a shout out, by the way. We do have on Monday, we had over 6,000 people that listen to our show, all our different media brackets that we have. And we're working on, our YouTube channel, which is new. It's only a month old, 160 subscribers. And I looked at our numbers. Our numbers are really, really good. And it's growing. And obviously we're learning, all the different opportunities and all the different tools that we can use for the opportunities to grow. So, Shawn, Shawn Michaels, it would be a great opportunity for you to kind of work with us and put your put your product out there on our network. So we'd love to get you on the show, by the way. So shout out to Shawn Michaels. We'd love to get him on. And by the way, Fairleigh Dickinson, guard Braden Reynolds, and forward Cameron Tweedy for joining us. They were fantastic. They always are. We love Braden. Good personality, Speedy. And now we know why he didn't come out at the time that he did. It was his birthday and his parents flew him home. So we love them, guys. We thank you for Let's Parlay. Thank you to Chaz and Derek and Wes. Wes just surprising us and joining us. And
It's surprising you just to pick Gonzaga.
yeah, and no show tomorrow because Speedy is going to Billy Joel.
That's right.
You didn't sing us a song, by the way.
MSG.
What happened to the song singing?
You want to sing? All right, Fish. Pick a Billy Joel song. I'll sing.
Oh God, please.
We didn't start the fire.
All right, I will load the
just the instrumentals.
Yeah, I know that. I've been doing that for the last 7 years.
I just feel like PD knows all the words to this one.
I'm sure he does. I also know that he likes to, has that hand gesture that probably, satisfies many different people. By the way,
hopefully you drive a little safer than Billy does out on the island.
That's true. I mean, him and Jason Kidd probably hang out very much so. All right. If anybody wants to hear Speedy for the last 5 minutes of the show, we went almost 4 hours, but I wanted to get all the content out because we don't have time over the weekend to spit out the content. So I wanted everybody to hear the content. Belt it out, Speedy. Belt it out, Speedy. All right.
All right.
What's going on, Speedy? What's wrong?
There you go.
All right. Put it up. What's going on? Put it up. Put it up. I need the music. All right, here we go.
Harry Truman, Doris Day, Ray, China, Johnny Ray, South Pacific, Walker Winchell, Joe DiMaggio, Joe McCarthy, Richard Nixon, Studebaker, Television, North Korea, South Korea, Marilyn Monroe. Rosenberg's H-Bomb, Sugar Ray, Papu John, Brando, the King of Rye, and the Catcher in the Rye. Eisenhower vaccine, England's got a new queen. Marciano Liberace, Santayana, goodbye. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it when we tried to fight it. Joseph Stalin, Malenkov, Nasser and Popov, Rockefeller, Campanella, Communist Bloc. Roy Cohn, John Barone, Toscanini, Diacon, Dien Bien, Foo Falls, Rock around the clock, go! Einstein, James Dean, Brooklyn's got a winning team. David Crockett, Peter Pan, Elvis Presley, Disneyland, Florida, Budapest, Alabama cruise ship. Princess Great, Peyton Place, Trouble in the Suez. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. Little Rock, Pasternak, Mickey Mental, Kerouac, Sputnik, Show and Live, Bridge on the River Kwai, Lebanon, Charles de Gaulle, California, baseball, Starkweather, homicide, children on a limonade. Buddy Holly, Ben-Hur, Space Monkey Mafia, Hula Hoops, Castro, Edsel is a no-go. U2, Sigmund Reed, Bayola and Kennedy, Chubby Checker, Psycho, Belgians in the Congo. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. Hemingway, Eichmann, stranger in a strange land, Dylan Berlin, Bay and Pete's invasion, Lawrence of Arabia, British Beatlemania, Ole Miss, John Gunn, Nixon, Patterson, Paul, Max and X, Braden Polish, 6 and 6, JFK, blown away. What else do I have to say? We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. Birth control, Ho Chi Minh, Richard Nixon back again. Moonshot, Woodstock, Watergate, pump rock. Reagan, Palestine, terror on the airline. Ayatollahs in Iran, Russians in Afghanistan. Wheel of Fortune, Sally Ride, heavy metal suicide. Foreign debts, vets, AIDS, crack, Bernie gets. Hypodermics on the shore, China's under martial law. Rock and roll, Cola Wars, I can't take it anymore. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. Oh, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. We didn't start the fire. It was I didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. We didn't start the fire.
Oh,
no, we didn't. All
right, you're good.
That's a great job, man.
Congratulations, Speedy. Congratulations.
Why do you even have to go to the show? I mean, that was just as good.
Listen, I'm gonna reach out to Billy Joel and I'm gonna tell him that you're gonna sing the song with him. You're going to sit on his piano and you're going to be the piano man. Okay.
Well,
You're
that's a
gonna
different song, but yeah.
No, you're going to be the piano man. You're going to be sitting on there. You cross your legs, shave your legs. So it looks like you have women's legs. So he actually has something to look at.
Yeah, I guess Christy Brinkley wasn't enough.
Oh man, that was pretty good, Speedy. I got to give you credit for it. You didn't punk out.
I did not punk out. No,
I didn't punk out either with icy hot on my
No, you
balls.
did not.
I mean, I think I'd rather probably do that. I probably would have sang that song.
Oh, of course.
Than feeling 10 minutes of that icy hot on my nutsack. So thank you for everybody reaching out and asking me how I'm doing, which I'm fine now. By the way.
Keith, if I lose a bet, I will wear a dress. That's a whole different thing.
That would be a good idea.
Yes.
Be a good
Again,
idea.
that'll be for any other bet that I'll lose. That'll be the case.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to the show. I want to give a shout out to all the fans out there that have tuned in and listened to us religiously. I hope everybody enjoys it. I hope everybody's laughing and loving the content that we're putting out there. We're here to entertain you guys every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. And hopefully Sean is not doing anything stupid. But
you never know.
No, you probably never do know. But anyways, thank you to our executive producer Fish for doing what he does. He puts up so many good graphics, giving us some good content throughout our shows every single Wednesdays and Thursdays. It's been a great addition to our show. By the way, what is this? We have trouble streaming.
It only takes 4 hours.
That's okay. I mean, we did enough. Thank you, obviously, to Scoops. He's not on the show tonight, but he's doing a great job as our sports minute guy and everything that all the guys do for our show. We really appreciate everybody and everything. Thank you to Speedy for singing us that dreadful song and being you. Okay, just being you. But when are you going to get a shave, man? I mean, I can't even see your teeth anymore.
Now you can.
Now I can. What the hell are you doing over there? Smile.
Well, it's the best I can do. I didn't say I was photogenic. I kept telling my parents for years.
You don't really like to give yourself any credit, do you?
I know I'm not photogenic.
Well, half the people aren't.
Okay.
Right. Anyways, thank you to all the fans again. We will be back on Wednesday. Listen to obviously 103.9 FM every single Saturday. This week we're doing the pregame.
Yep, we're on it later nights tonight or this week.
All right, so we're going to do the pregame show for the Islanders around, I would say 6:45, 6:30. Tune in if you're an Islander fan or if you're a Ranger fan and you just want to hear us, make fun of my team, the Islanders, you're more than welcome to come on and listen to the show. Wolfman Speedy, I think that's what he looks like. But and also the weekend crunch will be on after the Islander game at 10:30 on 103.9 FM. If you are not out here in Long Island, all you have to do is find us on iHeartRadio, LI News Radio. So that's it. We will be back on Wednesday. Speedy, anything?
Yeah, it's Keith Wolfman. I guess it could suffice because Errol called me a werewolf 4 years ago, so I guess that could suffice.
You do look like a werewolf.
I guess that could work. Except I hope I don't have to howl again like I attempted to do.
No, I don't want you.
That went horribly wrong.
It's done. It's done. I mean, you probably maybe if we stick one of those corn dogs up your ass.
No.
Okay, you can howl.
Wouldn't that be worth it?
I'm just saying, it could if something like that went between those cheeks of yours, would you?
How would I waste a corn dog doing that?
I don't know.
I can howl regardless. I just wouldn't sound.
It's still going inside of you,
right? So why would I waste food trying to make me howl? I'll still howl. I'll just embarrass myself. No point in wasting a good corn dog just to do that. Again, I am not a guinea pig. And no, Keith, I'm not a guinea pig for your thing either.
Anyways, thank you. We'll be back next week. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.